I'll just wait a moment before beginning as folks still continue to trickle in. So about a minute or so, we'll begin. All right, let's begin today's session. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Today's roundtable is available in English, Spanish, Portuguese, Haitian Creole, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. To access one of these languages, click on the interpretation button shown as a globe icon on the menu at the bottom of your screen and select the appropriate language. You must select the language to hear the speaker. At this time, could the Spanish interpreter please restate the instructions?
Good morning. My name is Leslie. I'm the Spanish interpreter for this roundtable today. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Leslie. Yo soy la intérprete de español para esta mesa redonda el día de hoy. Esta mesa redonda estará disponible en los siguientes idiomas: inglés, español, portugués, creol de Haití, chino, mandarín y vietnamés. Para tener acceso a estos idiomas, presione el globo que se encuentra en la parte baja de la pantalla y selecciona el idioma apropiado. Usted debe escoger su lenguaje para poder escuchar al panelista. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, could the Portuguese interpreter please restate the instruction?
Jose, are you there? Okay, if not, then I'm going to give the instructions. Good morning, everyone. This is Juan Bernal, Spanish and Portuguese interpreter. I will proceed to explain how to access the interpretation icon in Portuguese. Bom dia para todos. Meu nome é Juan Bernal, sou intérprete simultâneo para português. Para acessar o ícone da interpretação simultânea, localize o globo redondo que aparece no canto inferior direito da tela e selecione o português como seu idioma de preferência. Se você estiver se conectando a partir de um iPhone, um iPad, uma tablet, localize os três pontinhos no ponto no canto superior direito da tela e selecione português como seu idioma de preferência. Obrigado. Muito obrigado pela tua presença. O evento vai começar em breve. Thank you very much. The next interpreter may proceed.
Thank you. At this time, could the Haitian Creole interpreter please restate the instructions?
Nadege, if you would, please provide the instructions in Haitian Creole.
Let's circle back. At this time, could the Mandarin interpreter please restate the instruction?
Good morning. My name is Terry. I'm the Mandarin interpreter. 早上好，感谢你们今天参加我们的会议。今天的圆桌会议有英语、西班牙语、葡萄牙语、海地克里奥尔语、简体中文和越南语版本。要访问这些语言之一，请单击屏幕底部菜单上显示为地球图标的翻译按钮，然后选择适当的语言。您必须选择一种语言才能听到说话者的声音。
Thank you. At this time, could the Vietnamese interpreter please restate the instruction?
Good morning, everyone. My name is V. I will be your Vietnamese interpreter for the meeting today, and my partner is Duyên will join after me. Kính chào quý vị, tôi tên là Vi. Tôi và chị Duyên sẽ là thông dịch viên của quý vị ngày hôm nay. Thì khi mà quý vị lựa chọn nhìn vào màn hình và tìm quả cầu, khi tìm thấy quả cầu thì sẽ tìm thứ tiếng của mình. Khi tìm thấy cái tiếng của mình là tiếng Việt, Vietnamese thì bấm vào đó để có thể nghe được thông dịch viên dịch lại cho quý vị hiểu. Cảm ơn rất nhiều. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now activate the Zoom interpretation services.
Let me just mention that our Haitian Creole interpreter seems to have lost his connection or her connection. So as soon as they return, we can provide those instructions again, but we will begin interpretation now.
Thank you. Please do not check the box that says mute original audio so that you can still hear the voice of the actual speaker faintly in the background while listening to the voice of the interpreter. Dial-in participants will hear the speaker's voice without interpretation, as Zoom does not offer dial-in participants an option for interpretation services. All comments made by dial-in participants will be interpreted into English. Please note that subtitles are available for today's roundtable. To access subtitles, move your cursor to the bottom of your screen and click on Live Transcript and select Show Subtitle. For the benefit of all participants, please provide your name and affiliation. You can add your affiliation by hovering over your video box, clicking the three dots, click Rename, and add your affiliation. Please be aware that the chat feature is not available for this event to keep the conversation focused on active speakers and presentations. This roundtable is being live streamed via the Zoom video conferencing platform and YouTube. Additionally, this roundtable is being recorded and will be posted to the department's channel on YouTube for viewing after the roundtable. My name is Scott Siegel, and I am a hearing officer with the Department of Public Utilities. I am joined today by Commissioner Cecile Frazier, fellow hearing officer Lori Weissman with the department, and presiding officer Donna Sharkey with the Energy Facilities Siting Board, referred to as the Siting Board during today's roundtable. Also with me today are Morgan Trenton with the department's Electric Power Division, Vanessa Arcovio with the department's Rates and Revenue Requirement Division, Andreas Thanos with the department's Gas Division, Linda Bishop with the department's Consumer Division, and Andy Green, Logan Hughes, and Wayne Wang with the Siting Board. Also joining us later today will be Carlene Lemoyne, the department's Language Access Coordinator. To the extent that you encounter technical difficulties during the course of today's roundtable, please call or text 857-200-0065. For those of you unfamiliar with the department or siting board, the department oversees investor-owned electric power, natural gas, and water companies in Massachusetts, and the safety of natural gas pipelines, bus companies, moving companies, and transportation network companies. The siting board, on the other hand, reviews proposed large energy facilities, including power plants, electric transmission lines, interstate natural gas pipelines, and natural gas storage tanks. While the department administratively supports the work of the Siting Board is an independent state board that makes its decisions independently from the department. As background for today's roundtable, last year, the department and Siting Board each opened proceedings to examine procedural enhancements to our public notice requirements to increase public awareness of and participation in our proceedings. The department docketed its inquiry as DPU 21-50, and the Siting Board docketed its inquiry as EFSB 21-01. After soliciting written comments on questions designed to assist our next steps in these proceedings, the department and Siting Board determined the next appropriate step was to hold this roundtable. Although the department and Siting Board are conducting this roundtable jointly, our proceedings have not and will not be consolidated. Today's roundtable will focus on 3 topics: improved communication with customers, community-based organizations, and local government officials to maximize public engagement in our proceedings. 2, whether all notices for agency proceedings should receive the same level of publication and outreach. And 3, whether and how information regarding department and Siting Board proceedings could be effectively shared through the distribution company's communications with customers. Each topic will begin with brief presentations from designated stakeholders before we open the floor for general discussion on the topic. Each presenter offers unique insight and perspective into the topic for which they have been asked to present. The selection of these presenters does not necessarily indicate an endorsement of the viewpoints or opinions of the presenters by the department or Siting Board. Rather, the presentations are intended to be thought-provoking and provide differing perspectives on each topic to initiate the discussion. Before we proceed with today's roundtable, there are a few items that I would like to address. First, the hearing officers will call upon each presenter when it is their turn to present. The monitor will then move the presenter to the panelist level to present. After the presentation, the presenter will be moved back to the attendee level.
Hi, is this Juan? Hi, this is Sandy Merrick.
Following presentations, participants will be provided the opportunity to provide comment. Participants that would like to provide comment should use the raise hand feature in Zoom when prompted to do so. For those of you who are calling in on the phone lines, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. The hearing officer will call upon participants in the order that they appear on the hearing officer's screen. The monitor will then move the participant to the panelist level to provide their comment. When called upon, please provide your name and affiliation at the start of your comments. After the participant completes their comment, the participant will be moved back to the attendee level. To accommodate as many commenters as possible, the department and Siting Board request that comments be limited to approximately 3 minutes each and relate to the topic at issue. Reminders will be provided when there are 30 seconds remaining and when speakers should conclude their remarks. To ensure the quality of the recording and for the benefit of interpreters and other participants, I ask that presenters and commenters speak slowly and clearly. Additionally, presenters and commenters should mute their audio unless they are actively presenting or providing comments. While the hearing officers will try to limit disruptions, we may interrupt and ask you to repeat yourself or slow down. Second, regarding breaks, we will take a scheduled 45-minute break at 12:30 p.m. and a 15-minute break at 2:25 p.m. Also with us today is Brian Casey. He is a public board member. We would like to begin today's session with brief presentations from the Department and Citing Board on our current and evolving notice and outreach efforts. We will begin with a presentation from the department. Vanessa, you may proceed.
Thank you, hearing officer. Let me share my screen. I hope you all can see my screen okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanessa Alcovio. I work for the Rates and Revenues Requirements Division at the DPU. Today, I will be giving you a brief overview of how the department has enhanced public awareness and participation in our proceedings, and what steps the department plans to take to reach all interested persons who want to engage in those proceedings. The first thing that I would like to mention is the department has established a webpage that is dedicated to this proceeding. And here, as you can see, there's a link of the link of our webpage and the front page of it. You can also Google this website with the keyword Mass DPU Enhancing Public Engagement to find this. I also would like to share that you will have the options to select the language by clicking on this drop-down button right here. You can actually have this webpage be translated into more than 30 different languages. And I hope you will find this feature helpful while reviewing it. This web page is very easy to navigate by just clicking on this plus sign button right here. You will see a list of all the memos and notices that the department has issued for this proceeding. Actually, the notice for today's roundtable will also post it on this web page, as you can see at the bottom link right here. For this proceeding, the department conducted outreach to publicize this event by notifying the EEA's Environmental Justice Service List, city and towns, municipal light plants, water company, and pretty much anyone requesting notices of the department's proceeding. The department also reached out to stakeholders representing a variety of views to ask them to present at today's roundtable. And more importantly, the department has taken the following steps to increase public awareness and participation in other department proceedings. First of all, the department has hired a translator to translate notices in the department investigations, including an investigation into the future of gas as well as this proceeding. We also hire a company that provide interpretation services and is available to assist members of the public who do not speak English. This will help us to assist and respond to their questions when they call us. We also acknowledge the technical nature of our proceedings, which can be difficult to understand, and have added more plain language in our notices. Moreover, the department designate a language access coordinator, establish contract with translator, and instruct staff to address language access and environmental justice issues where appropriate. And lastly, we have directed the utility company to hire a translator to translate notices and provide interpreter at public hearings and in bay distribution rate proceeding, as well as proceeding directly impacting environmental justice community with high limited English proficiency populations, such as municipal aggregations, proceeding, involving Fitchburg, Quincy, and Chelsea. The department also ensured that the regulated company posts notices of their proceeding on their websites in visible location. This is to ensure that their consumers are aware of such proceeding and any potential changes that might affect them. To increase public awareness and participation in the future, we have developed an environmental justice strategy that is currently under review by our parent agency, which is the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. We plan to update our website by adding more explanatory pages that will provide more information on what the department does and how to participate in our proceedings. We are also working to improve our language access plan, which is known as LAP. As I have mentioned at the beginning of my presentations, the department continues to seek ways to enhance public awareness of and improve public participation in our proceedings to advance diversity, inclusiveness, and equity. The department has taken affirmative steps to reach all interested persons who wanted to engage in those proceedings. Overall, the department has dedicated significant resources and budget to make the changes that will provide positive impact to the public we serve. We hope that the input that you provide in this proceeding will help us in our future efforts. And thank you all for your time and being here today. We look forward to hearing your thoughts. And that would conclude my presentations. I will pass this back to our hearing officer. Thanks again.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Of course.
The citing board will now present, and you may proceed.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay, trouble unmuting. Good morning, everyone. As Scott introduced us a little bit earlier in his presentation, the citing board is an independent state board that reviews proposed large energy facilities, including electric generation facilities, electric transmission facilities, interstate natural gas pipelines, and natural gas storage tanks. By reviewing specific requests for approval to construct certain types of jurisdictional energy facilities, the citing board is charged by state statute with ensuring the proposed facility will provide a reliable energy supply for the Commonwealth with a minimum impact on the environment at the lowest possible cost. The citing board members include the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, who serves as the chair, 2 commissioners from the DPU, the Secretary of Housing and Economic Development, the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection, the Commissioner of the Department of Energy Resources, and 3 public members who are appointed by the governor. We have 2 board members who are in attendance with us today, Commissioner Cecile Frazier from the Department of Public Utilities, and Brian Casey, who's a public member.
Brian Casey.
Who's a public member of the citing board appointed by the governor. For all proposed jurisdictional facilities, the citing board is required to review whether plans for expansion and construction are consistent with current health, environmental protection, resource use and development policies, all adopted by the Commonwealth. The citing board reviews major energy facilities using an adjudicatory process, which broadly speaking can be divided into 3 phases: procedural, evidentiary, and decision. On June 30th, 2021, the citing board voted to open an inquiry to examine procedural enhancements to increase public awareness of and participation in the proceedings. This initiative reflects two fundamental policy objectives applicable to the Siting Board. The first is environmental justice, as reflected in EEA's environmental justice policy, various executive orders, and legislation. The second leg of this proceeding is the Commonwealth's language access policy, which was issued by the Executive Office of Administration and Finance in 2015. While these are two separate policies, they share common objectives in ensuring a full and meaningful opportunity for people to participate in state agency business activities and services, regardless of their English language proficiency. This process is about trying to make sure that the people affected by a proposed facility receive an effective notice of a proposal that could affect their neighborhood. Effective notice means that people do, in fact, receive such notices and can understand such notices, despite potential barriers that may include language, technical complexity of projects, and limited knowledge of the Siting Board or its regulatory procedures. Applications for approval of proposed energy facilities can be lengthy, complex, and full of technical details which can be difficult to understand. Once people receive the notice, we want to make sure that people can participate in our review process to ask the questions that they want answered through our process and get the information that they need. We also want to make sure that we understand their concerns and consider them as part of our review of a facility. As part of the comment period from last year, we received many comments seeking to enhance access and participation in our proceedings. The Siting Board staff have been actively reviewing ways to implement many of these suggested items. We're going to share an example of an item that we implemented soon after receiving comments. We've started using project-specific landing pages for the various projects, which are an additional avenue for accessing project information. Here's a quick rundown of the features on these pages. These landing pages have been useful as a central repository for disseminating up-to-date notices on procedural steps such as public hearings. The landing pages also include information on how to participate in the proceedings. Crucially, the pages also include project information such as interactive maps. One of the features of these maps is you can input your address and the interactive map will show you the proximity of the proposed facilities and the noticed alternative. As requested by commenters, we also provide detailed links to sections and project applicants' fairly voluminous filings. The page also shows upcoming dates to note in the schedule. Finally, we include some helpful links for viewers of each page, such as the hearing officer, citing related links, links to our laws and regulations. We are hoping the discussions today help us to meet our goals in improving public awareness and participation, and look forward to hearing from all of you participating in the roundtable today. As Scott already introduced, staff who are attending from the Siting Board today, but we should also recognize our Siting Director, Andrew Green, who's also assisting by running the proceeding today, and our General Counsel, Joan Foster Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. With that, I would like to turn things over to you to begin topic 1.
Okay, thank you, Scott. We will now be moving to topic 1, which is improve communication with customers, community-based organizations, and local government officials to maximize public engagement in our proceedings. Although this is our first topic, we have a very full agenda today. Please note that you will see reminders being posted on your screen to help those presenting and those commenting to keep to the allotted time frames outlined by the hearing officers. We have 4 panelists for this topic. We will begin with Brian Bertram for the town of Hopkinton. Rami Aries will be presenting on behalf of the town of Needham. Christopher Signoli will be presenting on behalf of the city of Springfield. And John Waukee will be presenting on behalf of Green Roots. So I'd like to turn it over to Brian Bertram to start his presentation.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now. No. There we go. Let's try this one. Can everybody see my presentation? Okay, good. So again, my name is Brian Bertram. I work at the law firm Aries in Harrington. We're town council in the town of Hopkinton, and I'm the lead attorney for that engagement. I'd like to start simply by thanking the DPU and Efsb. As a municipal attorney, I know there's a difference between legally adequate notice and meaningful notice, and it can be a devilishly difficult thing to navigate sometimes. And so I think we really appreciate the DPU and the Efsb's interest in collecting comments to try to get to the latter, particularly from stakeholders. And I'd like to say what I'm saying today is not at all meant to be critical, it's meant to be constructive. Because the town of Hopkinton in particular has practiced before the DPU quite a bit. And I've also found occasion to be in front of the Efsb. And so I think we do have some interesting perspectives to share with you. The next one. So this is simply, we submitted written comments in the DPU proceeding. I think those are a more comprehensive set of our thoughts. I would direct both the DPU and the Efsb to those. And I really want to focus on a couple specific points today. So the first is, if we're talking about meaningful notice, it's, getting them to sort of people who can understand them and can action upon them. And at the municipal level, I think it's important that, there's sort of a policy that municipalities can see and sort of a standard list of notice recipients, because, if a municipality is interested in something, I think the first thing they look to is, how does this get pushed out to everybody and who's on that list? Because, if the right people aren't on that list, then they know to reach out to you. They know that, maybe a DPW director is a better person to get a notice. Maybe a town manager or town administrator is a better person to get a notice. That can certainly help municipalities to take some of the burden off of the DPU and the Efsb to engage with you and tell you, how do we want to be communicated with? But again, Hopkinton isn't aware of sort of a policy on this. Maybe there is one, but sort of just reducing that to something written so that municipalities know what it is would help us better engage to make sure that we can tell you the best way to communicate with us. And sort of as part of that, you know, I think a lot of times notices go to town clerks, they may go to select boards. You know, these are people who oftentimes may look at the notice and think we need to do something, but a lot of these individuals either don't really know what the DPU or the Efsb does, they're not familiar with what goes on, and frankly, you know, oftentimes, you know, people will get notices over the years from the DPU, for example, on a rate proceeding or something where you really don't care about it as much as a municipality, and they just miss that one notice that matters, you know, after all of those years. And so one of our suggestions here, you know, I think Hopkinton has gotten into a rhythm with this, but many other communities who don't participate in much in DPU or EFSB proceedings is some mechanism to make sure that, you know, the person in a municipality who really understands the notice or really understands sort of the implications of, say, a high voltage transmission line being installed under a public way, or a zoning exemption for a facility, that person also gets it. I think oftentimes, you know, in a town, for example, that may be a town administrator or a town manager. And those are people who I think can then make sure the other people who need to be aware of it are aware of it. And there are also people who may have other means within the community to push these notices out to the public and to everybody else. So, you know, if we start from that standard list of people to disseminate things to, there are other people in municipalities who may need to be on that list. And in terms of mechanisms to do that, municipalities can engage with the policy. And this may be something else that, you know, can be worked through with LDCs. You know, they oftentimes know who these people are in communities, and requiring them to certify to you that they've, you know, delivered these kind of notices and that they've been received may also be a useful thing. And I think this is another really important one. And I know my time is running short, so I really am going to focus on this one rather than my last slides. Plain language in a notice. You know, notices have to cover a lot of things on very technical matters. I get that it can't be avoided in EFSB and DPU proceedings, but I really think it's important that any notice should be supplemented with sort of a one-page plain language statement of what is this and why does it matter to your community. It's almost an attention grabber for those officials who understand it, for the public who are going to come back to those officials if they don't notice it in the first instance. And I think that, you know, rather than trying to rework all of your notices, which have to follow legal requirements, supplementing them at the front with one page of a very basic statement of what's going on that you could even use on things like the project landing pages that the EFSB has so helpfully created would really help people who don't know what goes on in front of these agencies to understand the implications of the projects. So I'm pretty far past my 5 minutes, so I'll stop here, but I'll just say that, you know, we did submit these comments in writing, and I would urge everybody who's listening and everybody in attendance to read them. And thank you for your time.
Donna, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Bertram. We appreciate your comments, and we look forward to following up with you on some of the issues that you've discussed in further stakeholder meetings. Thank you. So next is Ray Miares for the town of Needham. Mr. Miares, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
How's that? Is that better?
Now we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Ray Miares. I'm here today representing the town of Needham. And I'd like to begin by echoing many of the points that my colleague Brian Bertram mentioned. I speak to you today from Needham, but I have in fact represented a number of different communities over the years in siting board and DPU proceedings. And so my experience, my comments today reflect that experience. So I'm going to try to focus on the alternative methods that the department or the siting board could employ to maximize public involvement and today. And so the question that you posed is, why don't cities and towns participate in these proceedings? And basically, I think the answer to the question is that many cities and towns look at these proceedings and say, there is no way that we're going to be able to participate effectively. So there's a big barrier that you need to overcome. It's not just notice, it's also the intimidation factor. So the question that I think you need to be talking about is, why don't cities and towns participate effectively? And I'm going to quickly try to run through an experience that the town of Needham had with the siting board proceeding involving a transmission line a few years ago. This was a hearing that took place in 2017 that led to a decision in 2018. This diagram shows what the siting board process is along the top, what the applicant was doing thereafter, and what the town was doing. To me, the key problem that we have here is that the process gets going. There's a petition that's filed. The community probably doesn't understand everything that it needs to do to participate effectively. It may not even have a clear idea of whether it should be for or against a particular project. In the case of Needham, this is a pretty sophisticated town, but nevertheless, they ran into the situation where it was well into the hearing before the town ultimately decided that it was not in favor of the transmission line route that had been selected. And through a lucky break, the route that had been listed as the preferred route, it required an easement from the town. The town voted not to give the easement and therefore essentially forced a change in the route. But the process was at that point completely in a shambles. The hearing closed without any design of the alternative route that was ultimately selected. That was submitted later. The town wanted to see some revisions, and those revisions were never incorporated into the siting board's decision making. And so we had a lot of trouble with the timing of the proceeding and how it was going to be implemented in a way that allowed the town to participate meaningfully. So there it is. We in fact adopted our motion to not grant the easement on the 27th of June, 2 days before the hearing ended. Later, when the changes to the design actually was submitted after the hearing was closed, and the town wanted to object to it, they attempted to reopen the hearing. It didn't happen. So it turns out that much of what the town wanted to achieve in this proceeding could not be achieved in the context of this hearing at all. The final decision was rendered in May of 18, and it turns out it barely addressed the things that ultimately were of concern to the town, mostly because the town was behind the 8 ball as far as what it wanted to achieve in this proceeding. It did not make up its mind until well into the proceeding where it wanted to provide its input. And then ultimately the project was implemented in a way that that proved to be quite a nightmare to the town. There was a lot of ineffective oversight, and particularly with respect to work hours. There were a lot of violations, and the siding board did not exercise any authority over it. So why don't cities and towns participate effectively? All of this is just too unfamiliar to cities and towns without a lot of help, and they're not getting it at the present time. The process is really very technical. It means that in order to participate effectively, you have to hire consultants, you have to have experts. All of these things are not assets that municipalities have, and they have to be acquired. So it means that we can't move nearly as fast as project proponents do. This whole process is too adversarial. We think that the use of an adjudicatory proceeding is, while it may be procedurally required for some purposes, it means that the town's participation in the decision-making is very little unless we choose to take an adversarial role. That's not what municipalities want to do. They were looking for a more cooperative approach to all of this. As a result, the whole thing is much too expensive for communities. These are special appropriations. They often have to go to town meeting to get extra money to do that. That slows it down considerably as well. These are budget busters that prove to be a big headache. And ultimately, many communities find that they're too late to raise the issues that they want to raise. In the case of Needham, they had no experts to support their alternative route because they didn't even know that they wanted the alternative route is what they preferred at the time, that they would have need to submit expert testimony in the case. So the comments that were submitted on behalf of the town of Needham essentially argued that there needs to be more structural protection of local community interests in the formal process. We think that there ought to be, in a best case scenario, there ought to be a host community agreement before the proceeding even opens. But in the absence of that, there needs to be at least some kind of certification that the town and the project proponent have worked together and tried to minimize the number of areas in which they are not in agreement, so that a more cooperative approach to this can be undertaken. Absolutely, improved notice procedure will have some marginal impact on this. They should come much earlier in the process. They should be much more frequent, and they should provide more explicit guidance than what we're getting now. The comments that Brian made on behalf of the town of Hopkinton would be very helpful in that regard. But you need to understand that these proceedings have a lot more problems than just insufficient notice, and they cannot be cured with better notice alone. So thank you very much for your patience in hearing what the town of Needham has to say. We very much appreciate the opportunity to have presented to you today, and we look forward to the discussion that will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. And we appreciate the fact that you've discussed every step along the way. So you've addressed both the notice and through what we think of as being the compliance construction phase. That's very helpful in terms of improving our interactions with residents along the routes of proposed facilities and the municipalities in which they're located.
You're very welcome.
Next, we have Christopher Signoli on behalf of the City of Springfield.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have my screen up. First of all, I'd like to thank Brian and Ray before me. A few of the points that I will skip over, they have talked about. Number one, just from a notice standpoint, the idea of a plain English notice, I think, is extremely important. And I'll talk a little bit about that, but standardizing the contacts within a community, I think, are important. A city like Springfield deals between 40 and 50 public notices a month. So anything that's coming from the state level, anything that's coming from the municipal level, really needs to go through a better process on contacts and DPU. Our city clerk will post them, and many times a department like ours that has no idea that something is being sent along. One of the things that's going to be extremely difficult over the next few years with all the federal money that is popped in, whether you're talking about infrastructure, ARPA, there's all these public notices and presentations that have to go out with them. So in the city of Springfield, we're probably doing 10 or 15 those a month as well. So a couple things that I want to talk about. Usually the big problem that we deal with in Springfield, the process, as Ray was discussing, we try to stay on top of pretty well. But where we deal with it now is basically after the fact. Whether you're talking about sticker shock, and I am not just talking about DPU or the siting board, I'm talking about Mass DOT, I'm talking about our own city as well. And as an example, every year municipalities go through analyses for tax increases. And somebody in city of Springfield, as an example, hey, our tax rate's going down, but we're not sure about assessments. But 6 months later, somebody gets a bill with a $400 tax increase and goes, wait a minute, you told me my taxes were going to go down. So it's the after the fact fallout in the city of Springfield. And what I just got highlighted here real quick, this happens to be Nextdoor, and I don't know how many of you deal with Nextdoor as a social media website. This was posted in July. That's, hey, my electric bill doubled. And of course, down at the bottom, I clipped off a little piece, I'm going to call them and find out what happened. And I know when you look through the discussions, nobody paid any attention to when there was a presentation. In the city of Springfield, with regard to electric rates, we have had to have 3 to 4 public meetings to discuss them after the fact, because residents contact the mayor's office, they contact city councilors, they contact anybody and everybody says, we got to have a meeting. And really the meetings end up to be, hey, we let people vent. And there's, some people will come to me and say, we need you to go back and talk to either the DPU or the electric company and see if we can get rates changed. We know that's not going to happen. So, and when we deal with after the fact, when we say to somebody, hey, you had hearings, you had your chance, that usually inflames the situation. And another one that I threw up here was for our water, and water is a separate company in the city of Springfield. It's not us. And, it's like, hey, their request should have gone through the city council or some sort of regulatory agency or something. In their particular case, there are 4 different approvals. So, people do not understand the process and what in the city of Springfield's case, being an extremely diverse community, they are looking for, and I just had a discussion about this morning on a project, they are looking for the government, whether we're talking about state or municipal, to reach out directly to every property owner, citizen, to provide them information. I know that is 100% impossible. However, that is what the mindset is in a lot of cases. So in talking about some of the items here, when I just took out a screenshot of the first page and I went through the, when we were discussing before about the plain English, and I just went through and I read this. And as a person that lives in the city of Springfield, I have no idea if this notice is for me. No idea. It's statewide, but residents in Western Mass, we have Eversource. It used to be called Western Mass Electric. Never heard of NSTAR. As a citizen in the city of Springfield, first thing sends NSTAR, and everybody goes, that does not belong to me. So These notices, as was talked about before, a lot of legal stuff that needs to go in there. I fully support a one-page something that can be splashed on your site and as well as on ours to elicit information. Inside there's just too many, I call them inside baseball references that the average citizen, in there it talks about rates, performance-based rate making. Does the average citizen know what that is? Numerous individual performance metrics, post-test year adjustment, a petition to leave. The average citizen has absolutely no idea what those items mean. So just to mention a couple of things about fixing the notice, again, they're looking at the local level. So I think more information that can come to the locale, the municipality, where we can push it as well, whether we support or do not support a particular petition, just being able to push it out. On these locations, the links for websites should be simplified depending upon what somebody is using, whether they're using a phone, whether they're using an iPad, whether they're using a computer. Sometimes the long links that you guys show, somebody has to try to type that in because it's sometimes when you're getting PDFs in third or fourth generation, that gets a little difficult. And if notices are going out, definitely have to be part of ratepayers. If we are talking about, a utility company, whether we're talking about rate increases or whatever, should be part of bills. Now, one of the confusing things right now is many people, myself included, on many of my bills, I get them electronically. And when you get a bill electronically, all you get is the bill. You don't get the inserts. You don't get anything else. I think we have to try and figure out a way through that as well. From a notice standpoint, the other items that were discussed, the plain English, standardizing contacts number one at the municipal level. And as I said, with the number of notices that will be going on moving forward. When we are obviously the biggest pushback that we deal with and you guys deal with is rates. So, addressing rate increases, it has to somehow be made personal. And when I was looking at some of these things, there is nothing in these notices to talk about, if we're talking about electric just specifically for a second, and or gas. Are we talking about supply or delivery or both? And as a customer, there is no such thing as an average customer, and that's what gets listed in all of these. But when we're talking about supply and delivery, one of the comments that comes back when people call these companies and go, oh, that rate increase was just for one of them. The other one, yeah, that was increased as well. So the discussion needs to talk about supply and delivery. And what I proposed here, and that is something that I think would have to come from a utility company, that, hey, this was your bill last year. If these rate increases were in place, this is what your bill would have been. And for example, somebody, a complaint that was made at the city, hey, my electric bill went from $180 last summer to $320. And then I start talking with the electric company. It's like, yeah, well, we have the seasonal rate, we have this rate, we have that rate. And each one of them piles on when you get to certain points of the year, which I understand. The average person doesn't. All they see is you were told that an average bill holder is going to get a 5% increase or a 6% increase. So that's what they think. However, doing something like this that says that your bill for the month of January as a gas customer, it's not going up 5%, it's going up 15% because of seasonal, this, that, whatever else you want to pile in. And are we talking about supply and delivery as well? So the more information, because every comment that comes back to us is, well, yeah, okay, I didn't get into the hearing process, but I was told 5%. Why is mine going up? And I think the last thing is I think there needs to be some anecdotal information. And as I said in the comment that was asked to us, I went back and looked. It said it was a 5% increase. Why did my bill go up 20%? And at that point, the utility company, all they can really say is, well, that's what it is. And however, all the person says is the rate discussion said 5%. So I think the utility companies need to be able to make this as personal. So as a customer, I get that, and it says, and it's part of my bill. It's not an insert, so it's added to the bill, and it's got to be in 2, 3, 4 cycles, whatever, so that somebody sees it. And that way, it's not in an insert. It is part of the bill if you receive it electronically. But that makes it personal to a particular family that in July, you know, when you're using your pool, when you're using full air conditioning and you're using as much electricity as possible, your rate is not going to be a 5% increase. It is going to be a whatever increase. And I think that will be something. Now, in the end, the first comment that I had on this whole thing was, I don't care how much outreach you do. I don't care how easy you make it. A large portion of the people will never, ever participate and will just come after. I understand that. However, one of the things that I like to do when we deal with stuff in the municipal side is be able to say after the fact, it was A, B, C, D, E, F, and G that was done for you to get the information to you. And yes, without us showing up on your doorstep and handing you an envelope, telling you what the problem or the issue is, we've done everything under the sun to get the notice out. So I think by making it as personal as possible and not just talking about an average percentage increase. And when you talk about kilowatt hours or therms or anything like that, the average customer has no idea what that means. They have no idea what they used last month, even though they look at their bill. They don't know what that means. And does that mean supply? Does that mean delivery? So though
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
No, I was just going
Signoli.
to close up and turn it back to everybody. So I am all set.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your comments
you.
today. Next, we have John Walkie, who is speaking on behalf of Green Roots.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Good morning. We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Fantastic. So my name is John Walker, I'm the Director of Waterfront Climate Justice Initiatives at Green Roots. And I'll be talking about the same topic. Much of what we've been going through here is be reiterating some of it. And this is based, been involved in a process with the Efsb for the past 8 years, been a long running one. But prior to that, in the past 16 years, I've been working with a variety of community-based environmental justice groups. And quite frequently, all roads sort of lead to the Efsb or to the DPU at one point or another for different projects. So on the basis of that, as well as this particular nut we're trying to crack, is we're not the only one whacking at it. There's the DEP, there's federal agencies,
again, DEP,
as well as municipal processes that are all trying to figure out how best to do community outreach and engage folks. And certainly an email isn't enough. And a lot of, I should say also, pardon the alarm, very similar to what others have mentioned. The written comments have been submitted by Conservation Law Foundation, and the joint letter that we submitted have a lot of more particulars, as well as there's some good insight also from the National Grid and Eversource letter as well. But basically, an email isn't enough. We want to get beyond just check boxes. The legal notice section, paper of record.
You gotta go. I don't know if this is legit.
Okay, just sorry, we have a fire alarm going off at the moment. Making strides in language access is pretty critical for our community in Chelsea and East Boston. We have majority of folks who are not speaking English. Getting this information out to them means more than just the legal notice section of the Herald. But ultimately, knowledge access is the real gap here. So that plain language, not only of the process, but of the very technical topic and outcomes that we're engaged in on this. I think it's important to make note to the public, and I think the previous presenter from Springfield sort of got to some of this. this process is all one big black box. You're one agency with one particular set of purview and responsibilities. However, these projects are actually going through DEP, they're going through other agencies, municipal zoning, and all those people are outreaching to the same community. And people go through one of these processes, and then they're asked to go through an additional process through the Conservation Commission or something. And for them, it's just being hit repeatedly on the same project. So when you're from the outside, what does this look like to the community? And we should be considering that so we can really leverage the other agencies and what they're doing to engage folks to overcome that knowledge gap on the process, as well as the actual projects and such. And that process that we're going through, we need to figure out how to incorporate equity within, beyond the language considerations. Are there different considerations? For example, with a rate case, depending on which community you're outreaching to, trying to figure out exactly where does equity come into this, not only in terms of language, but in terms of how you interact with folks. As Mr. Miara said, even communities that do have a lot of resources are having a hard time with this. So obviously communities with a lot fewer resources, even more difficult. And we shouldn't allow this process. It's getting more and more complicated, more costly to do all this interpretation. Obviously, the technical limitations of having so many interpreters all online at the same time is a challenge. This should not impede the progress in what your mission is. However, we need to define what progress is, and again, how do we embed equity in that definition of progress? Who is defining the progress we're trying to achieve in this? And ultimately, this sense of from the community, I think some of the social media posts we saw in the previous presentation get to this, is this sense of screaming into the void. The worst thing you can say to a community member probably is, I hear you, because they hear that from lots of people and yet nothing changes. So it needs to be more than just hearing somebody, but we need to figure out how that community input does get into this process and how does it stack up with the other priorities that are guiding the decisions that are being made. And more importantly, how do you communicate to the community the prioritizations that guide your decisions? You can't just give in to what the loudest voice says. There are obvious things, and you rarely do. But there needs to be a real clear communication so people's expectations are real. And finally, this whole communications and outreach is all about process. But if this process doesn't actually affect the outcomes, you're not going to engage people the next time around, because they're going to say, what's the point of doing this? I gave my input. I went to the meeting. I took a day off from work. They actually had translation this time around, and still nothing changed. The project went ahead as it was originally approved. It should be figuring out ways to sort of leverage some of the new sort of structures that are coming along, and in particular, the EJ Council hopefully will play a role in helping with some of this. I'm hoping that maybe for some of the different agencies, you can sort of not offload, but lean on something like an EJ Council to help with this. Ultimately, the process should not just be a one and done kind of thing. There should be a feedback loop in this communication. And I think the Eversource actually used the phrase in one of the proceedings that equity is a journey. And indeed it is. My journey has a fire alarm going off in the middle of it. So I'm going to end there, and thank you for your patience with the noise.
Thank you, John. Sorry for your background issues. Next in our agenda time is moving to staff questions and comments. I'd like to thank everybody, though, who has made a presentation today so far, and we truly appreciate their input. So are there any questions that staff has for this panel? Well, that will, Miss Evans, do you have questions?
I'm sorry, I was also having trouble unmuting. I actually do have a couple of questions, if I could, please. The first question I'd like to ask, and I believe it best goes to Mr. Bertram, although others could answer. And my question goes to the plain language notices. I think that you referenced the fact that we need to balance the plain language notice, our desire to have plain language notice and have notices be understandable with the fact that they need to be complete and accurate. Currently, we include all the most essential information on the first page of our notices, especially the due dates, so that folks can see those, and then details to follow. I'm wondering if you had any further recommendations on how to balance plain language notice with full and accurate notice.
Hopefully everybody can hear me. All right.
Yes,
So I would not suggest that you change your current notices. I think that we should simply supplement them with almost, if you think about the way people, particularly people who don't deal in this area, consume information these days, and if they're getting inundated with notices, it's almost like the flyer, if you will, so, I know we've heard a lot about rate cases, but one thing I've seen, recently is, when we move towards electrification, we've had a lot of, high voltage transmission line projects, and, people seem to learn about the proceedings after the fact. So, if you're writing a sort of the plain statement that's sort of at the beginning with the rest of the notice there, because again, obviously you need that information, it's very simple language, there is going to be the EFSB is considering a construction project for a high voltage transmission line that may run through your community. These types of projects, may last a long time. They could have these kind of effects. We have a project landing page where if you want to see where this project is being proposed and how it may relate to where you live, you should go here. And here are the contact information for this. I envision it almost as sort of the wake-up call, maybe not even so much for the municipality who may understand it, but municipalities often have communication channels that are distinct from the EFSB and the DPU. And so, having that kind of statement is something that a municipality could also post to a website. They may be able to push through their listservs or their email groups that go to different places, because, I know the speaker from Springfield noted, it's probably never going to happen that everybody who should take notice of this will. But sometimes in communities, when you're talking about things, if you can just hit sort of that one community organizer or that one person who knows a lot of people, they can spread the word too. And sort of having almost that flyer or that attention getting device, if, we think about legal briefs or something, like this is what it is in, very simple language. And these are the potential impacts it may have on you. It may serve as a wake-up call that can get that word out. So those are my thoughts on that.
Mr. Miyares, did you want to weigh in as well? Because I see you have your hand up. Mr. Miyares?
He put his hand down.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I could ask a second question.
Now you can unmute me. Okay. Now can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Apparently I can't unmute myself. You have to unmute me. Or apparently.
Well, we
Okay.
can hear you. We can hear you now, though.
Okay. So a couple of things. One thing is our better communities that we represent, the ones that are more closely on top of this than the ones that just take your notices and put them aside. Oftentimes they send the notices that they receive to us and say, what is this about? Can you please translate this for us? Many of the times we look into it and say, actually, you don't need to be worried about this one. But that's not a very efficient way of communicating with the cities and towns. Send them something that they can't even figure out. These are professional people who are running a professional operation. So I think the point of distilling it down to these are the sort of most salient things. When it comes to a proposal to cite something from the citing board, it turns out that much of the many of the things that the community is going to end up being concerned about, they don't necessarily realize it's going to be that way. So things like how the laydown operation is, the laydown site is going to function, what's going to be done when there are violations of work hours. These are things that communities end up with a fallout in, what you call the implementation stage, that are not really being adequately addressed in previous in previous aspects of this. So the thing that Brian said that I think is the most important is helping communities early on to understand where they're going to, their concerns are likely to be. So you can say in previous proceedings, these were some of the issues that were raised. Maybe that's a neutral way of doing it. And with electric transmission lines, the big bugaboo is electromagnetic fields. This is a huge concern in most communities. And the message that we get from the citing board is this is not such a huge concern that you need to be that worried about it. And I think anticipating and understanding what's going to be of actual concern to communities is critical. And a good place to start is to help them to understand it early in the proceeding so they can participate effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
So if I could follow up with a related question, I think that the thought has come through from the representative from Springfield and others that simplicity is really the most important thing for the residents who are receiving notices. And yet I'd say from a citing perspective, we often find that the details of the projects and the multiple potential routes and the different technologies are very important to the people who are affected by projects and want to participate. So, in trying to strike the balance between simplicity and thoroughness and not overlooking important detail, I'm looking for, any suggestions from the folks who've spoken as to whether the board and perhaps the department should be sort of erring on the side of brevity, a simple 1 or 2 page notice with links perhaps to more detail versus the more expansive notices that we are often known for issuing that sometimes run 5 pages, 6 pages, or even more for very complicated projects. Where is the sweet spot and the length of the notices and kind of the level of thoroughness? And if any
Bertram, I see your hand is up.
I'll take a crack at this, although I don't, I confess, I understand, just working in regulatory work in municipalities, this is a hard nut to crack. I think, again, I honestly think that erring on the side of shorter is better. And I appreciate that there's a number of nuances, in citing board cases or in DPU cases that matter. I think, again, I'm not suggesting that you change anything about your current notices. I think they should remain. I think this is sort of the supplement, the extra 1 page, because, the point is not to talk about every nuance. It's, a lot of people get a lot of notices in this world. And unfortunately, I think that most of the public has been trained to sort of read something quickly, and if it doesn't connect with them immediately, they sort of put it aside. And so, you know, it's really hitting in, again, a plain statement, not to tell them everything they might be concerned about, but to tell them that this may matter to them. And you should go to this link and you should look at these nuances, or you should look at this location to see if it actually matters to you, because this isn't quite the same as some of the other notices you may get from the government about a planning board hearing in this neighborhood that's, you know, 6 miles away from you or something, or, you know, anything else like that that you may not care about. I know that it can be a little tricky, but I do think shorter is better. Just, I think there's a lot of research out there, even in the legal context, about how people consume information, and sort of simple things like, you know, how do we use white space? How do we use typography? How do we really draw somebody in quickly so that they read more? And at the end of the day, I think the purpose of the one page, whether it's to a municipal official, to a resident, to anybody else, is to get their attention and get them to read more, because I understand and agree that your notices have to have the nuance and the details. It's both legally required, and it's simply important for somebody to understand the project. But I think oftentimes, you know, while it's well-intentioned, it just doesn't get the initial attention from the person who's reading it. And that's where we sort of fall a little short.
Thank you.
Mr. Signoli, I see your hand is up. Just, could we be relatively brief, because we have a lot of people waiting to make comments as well. Mr. Signoli, there you are.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what was just said. And I think that the flyer one-page thing, you know, if we're talking about rate increases as an example, you know, your utility company is looking to do a rate increase. Here is all it's simplified information, 3, 4, 5 bullets. Here is where all the information is. Something that, you know, kind of explains it in plain language. Yes, the resident still has to do some digging, but I think it's your look, as I can't say it any better. You're looking to grab people's attention at the first step, and that way, just something as simple as that, that can then just be shared splash, whether you're talking about Facebook or web pages with municipalities, next door, anything else. I think it just needs to be done that simply.
Thank you, Mr. Signoli.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask one more question, is there time for me to ask one more question?
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
Okay. So, Mr. Miyares, you talked about towns getting involved sometimes when you feel it's maybe that the notice or the process is either too quick or too late. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about the outreach to the community, maybe before a petition files with an agency and we go into the adjudicatory kind of the adjudicatory process, which is very structured and has time limits to it. And I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts about maybe the type of interaction that could happen on a project before it actually files as a formal proceeding with the siting board.
Okay, let me see if I can respond with a couple of examples. Most of these major siting board projects are initiated by utilities, often by utilities that are already existing in the town. They have a community relations person who interacts periodically with town officials. Those interactions are, in my view, characterized by happy talk. So many of those interactions are seem to be designed to talk to subsets of the town, one town official, one board separately from another board, and to sort of assuage their concerns that this is going to be an existential threat to the community. Oftentimes the fact that the board didn't immediately say, well, wait a minute, this is going to be a horror, is interpreted to mean that things are all right. I think that if you had a procedural step before the petition is filed, that there be some sort of structured interaction with the community, hopefully leading to something like a host community agreement, that many of the issues that will turn out to be of concern can get fleshed out before you go through the adjudicatory proceeding. It's very frustrating. It has always been frustrating for communities to know how to participate if their principal way of participating is through the adjudicatory hearing. It's too adversarial. You've got to come up with expert witnesses to present evidence, and it's too adversarial. So having some kind of a let's call it a jurisdictional prerequisite that there have been some serious discussions with actual decision makers at the local level before the adjudicatory proceeding begins seems to me to be really critical. As I said in my original presentation, sending a great notice of a proceeding, no matter how good the notice is, if it's already too late and all the main points of a project have already been decided, that causes a real problem for a community. In Needham's case, it turned out we didn't like the route, but it took us a long time to get to the point where we realized that we didn't like the route. And by then it was we just got lucky and were able to get the route changed. But nothing in your process was designed to facilitate that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miyares. We're kind of running a little long on our initial agenda times, so we're now going to turn to the general comments from the audience. You will see reminders posted on your screen to help those commenting to keep to the timeframes outlined by the hearing officers originally. The following sign will be raised by Mr. Wang after 2.5 minutes. And at 3 minutes, he will raise this sign. Thank you. So would anyone attending this session like to offer comments or questions? If you would like to provide comment, please raise your hand using the raise hand function or *9 for those calling in today. I will call on you in the order that you appear on my screen. I see Assistant Attorney General Jessica Friedman and Shannon Beal have questions. You are in the panel, Jessica. And Ms. Beal, you are in the panel as well. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear us okay?
I can hear you.
Great. Okay, I'm going to start out and then I'll hand it over to Jessica and I will try to talk quickly. Good morning, my name is Shannon Beal. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Office of the Attorney General's Energy and Telecommunications Division. Also offering comments with me today is Assistant Attorney General Jessica Friedman. We would first like to thank the department and the siting board for the opportunity to provide comments today and for facilitating the stakeholder roundtable. Given the limited time that commenters will have to offer their thoughts today, we hope that the department and siting board will allow for additional written comments on the 3 topics being discussed here today: the agency's proposed EJ strategies, the outreach plan for this roundtable, and any plans for next steps in this proceeding. The Office of the Attorney General strongly supports the department and siting board in their efforts to promote public and stakeholder involvement in their proceedings. Today's discussion provides an important opportunity for information sharing and a dialogue. The AGO encourages the department and siting board to continue and expand their inquiries and to provide additional opportunities for direct engagement between the agencies and stakeholders on this important topic. This roundtable is an encouraging first step. We do, however, note that the presenters here today do not fully represent the Commonwealth's most marginalized communities, including communities of color. We hope that this proceeding will help identify ways in which these communities can be better reached by the department and siting board and better represented in their proceedings, as well as considered in agency decision-making. In addition, there are many grassroots organizations that work to address injustice generally that do not focus on environmental justice. We hope that the department and siting board will take steps to include such organizations in future outreach. By taking an intersectional approach to community engagement and by proactively inviting and facilitating participation by historically underrepresented groups, the department and siting board will likely achieve a more diverse participation in their proceedings and ultimately better consideration of marginalized populations in their decision-making. The AGO appreciates the tremendous amount of time and thoughtfulness that stakeholders are devoting to ensure that these proceedings result in meaningful change. Community members, community advocates, and the organizations and municipalities that work with communities know their communities. Their expertise should be centered in this conversation about how to improve engagement, and their input should guide procedures, policies, or regulations that may result from this proceeding. As demonstrated by comments filed in these proceedings and the attendance and presentation here today, there is clearly strong support for changing how the department and siting board, as well as the distribution companies, interact with ratepayers and communities. And there is strong support for ensuring that community input and expertise informs decision-making. To that end, my colleague Jessica will be providing a brief update on a stakeholder working group that our office has convened to consider these issues.
Good morning. Last summer, the Attorney General's office convened a stakeholder working group to broadly examine and discuss the barriers to meaningful public participation at the department and siting board. Members of the working group include representatives from community-based organizations, environmental and consumer advocacy groups, former department and siting board commissioners or staff, as well as practitioners that appear before the agencies. Many of the members are active in this proceeding. Over the last year, the group has met numerous times with the goal of developing a set of clear and implementable recommendations to both agencies for how they can provide meaningful opportunities for participation by the public and stakeholders. To ensure the working group had the benefit of broader community engagement and input, the group has been working with a consultant to conduct focus groups and to design a survey to gather information regarding types of issues people want to learn more about, as well as how people want to receive information and communications. The working group and consultant are in the process of broadly distributing the survey, and we will share the survey link with the distribution list from these proceedings. We encourage you to fill it out and to provide it to your networks. The stakeholder working group will then be evaluating the results of its outreach this fall. The AGO appreciates the importance of these proceedings and the efforts of the siting board and the department, and we recognize the opportunities these proceedings provide. With changes to how agencies and distribution companies interact with, solicit input from, and conduct outreach to the public, decision makers will have the benefit of a more complete record on the impacts of proposals on communities. A more complete record will support better decisions that more equitably distribute the burdens and benefits of the clean energy transition that is underway. If possible, I would now like to turn things over to one of the stakeholder working group members, Gillette Westbrook, who is Director and Senior Attorney in the Equitable Regulatory Solutions Program at Environmental Defense Fund, as well as a stakeholder working group member.
Thank you. Ms. Westbrook?
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Gillette.
I will just take a few minutes. I know that we're sort of running behind, but this is so important that we should take the time to really discuss these issues. And with respect to the stakeholder working group that Jessica was referring to, at the very beginning, this group, although there are various levels of extensive energy-related experience of the working group members, we decided that we had to do two things from the outset: engage and listen. I mean, that's the cornerstone of what this working group is doing. And it's engaging with community groups and listening rather than second guessing what should be done. And we realize, as well as others who are participating in this investigation, we have a unique opportunity here. We have an opportunity to really make a difference in developing an engagement plan for the DPU and siting board. And the siting board and DPU should not compromise this opportunity by rushing to make a decision. We've heard from speakers this morning, certainly indicating that more information is needed. And the DPU may want to explore ways to get additional information by having meaningful dialogues with community groups, rather than just receiving information primarily via written comments. I'll just touch upon two things that were said by others this morning. Attorney Green, there was a discussion, I'm sorry, Director Green, there was a discussion about where's the sweet spot in the notice. Hearing Officer Sharkey, you talked about the landing page. Well, those are good ideas, but how, excuse me, how do we make them better? We make them better by putting them in front of the people that are affected. So let's sit down and talk. We have to do things not in a vacuum, not in a silo, and I appreciate the fact that I think that's what the agencies are trying to do. But let's sit down and really have a dialogue with the community folks who will be affected. And I will just say that the survey that we have developed, I mean, that's why we developed it. That's why we're rolling it out to as many people and getting as much feedback as possible, because we want to make sure that the engagement plan is comprehensive and that it really takes into consideration what the community needs to better understand the processes of the agencies, of the DPU and siting board. So that brings me to my last point. In developing a community engagement framework, the framework must be flexible enough to accommodate community differences. I think John this morning said that one and done can't work. It can't. Maybe there needs to be a process whereby a particular framework is set out for purposes of testing that framework, and then having the flexibility to tweak that framework to make it more useful and better for engaging from the community. So I appreciate, and on behalf of the Stakeholder Working Group, we appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments, and we look forward to providing a comprehensive set of recommendations to make changes at the EFSB and the DPU that will lead to meaningful engagement. Thank you very much.
Tana, you're muted.
Sorry, same headphone issue you have, Scott. I see that Kyle Murray from the Acadia Center has their hand raised. Mr. Murray, we see you.
Hello there. Can you hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Hey there, my name is Kyle Murray. I am a senior policy advocate for Massachusetts for Acadia Center. I'll try to be brief as well. Again, I know we're running a little behind schedule here. I really want to, back up what the Attorney General's office was saying before, and Ms. Westbrook, about how this has to be a starting point in the process. This can't be this roundtable can't be the final step in the process, and we really need to make this an ongoing process over the span of time with, hopefully more roundtables, more hearings, more opportunities to comment. I think a focus on, what others have said about plain language is incredibly important. Involving stakeholders is not just about notice, but also explaining in plain language and clarity on impact of why this is important in individuals' lives, including ongoing stakeholder education and engagement in that process. One particular idea was, that people have referenced was, a summary of a proposal and potential impacts on a community. And I think working with community organizations to develop those statements, it can be maybe a back and forth between a community development, a community agency or whatnot, and then maybe the department, the Efsb, and the distribution companies can work to maybe come with a coherent one-page summary that in plain English. I don't know how difficult that process would be, but I think it would be beneficial if it could be implemented in some way. Another potential solution, and this might involve legislation, is adding a community expert to the EFSB itself. Absent something like that, I think adding a community ombudsman just to field questions to help people navigate through the kind of the morass of these the websites and whatnot would be very helpful. I do this for a living, and sometimes I struggle to find things. So I can only imagine what it is like to just be a person who is not deeply involved in these processes on a regular basis. I think an increased focus on and providing additional notice through social media, and Twitter, Facebook. I don't know how effective TikTok would be or whatnot, but just really getting those notices out there and would help. I think a younger generation be more engaged in the process too, that might not get their notice through like has been referenced, like the newspaper. And I want to emphasize what Green Roots provided in their original comments that they submitted about emphasizing outcomes in this process. If changes are made, additional steps are put in place to help people, but people still don't feel heard at the end of the day, we need to continue to make changes after that point. It can't be a process where changes are made and that's the end of it. We really need to focus on, like Green Roots was saying, focus on outcomes and ensuring that individuals feel heard in this process overall. And I think that would really make people, feel better about these overall processes. So I think that's it for me. And thank you very much for the opportunity to testify here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I believe Priya Ganbir from CLF has her hand raised. Priya?
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Priya Gunbir. I'm a staff attorney at Conservation Law Foundation. I want to thank you for holding this roundtable and for the opportunity to provide feedback on these very important issues. Clearly, there have been major strides in ensuring public access to department and EFSB proceedings, but there are still significant shortcomings which must be addressed in order to ensure equitable outcomes from these proceedings. One such change is the need for the department and EFSB to provide in final decisions in agency proceedings meaningful responses to public comments. Historically, we've seen that comments from members of the public, which have been entered into the record or entered at public hearings or into the docket in written comments, have been received and hopefully reviewed, but rarely, if ever, are they incorporated into agency decisions. And it appears that they do not have any influence on the final outcome of the matter, despite clear evidence that agency proceedings have a very personal impact on Massachusetts residents. Accordingly, CLF hopes and recommends that this change will occur, and also hopes and recommends that this proceeding and roundtable are only the beginning of significant efforts to reform public proceedings at the department and EFSB. We respectfully request that additional opportunity be made to make written comments in these dockets so that those who are unable to attend today and those who wish to file more robust comments may do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Signoli, I see you seem to have your hand up. Do you wish to make an additional comment at this point?
No, I did not, Donna. I did need to make a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to make a comment? Mr. Walkie?
John will be on the panel shortly.
Happy to report I have not been incinerated, but the alarm has stopped. I actually wanted to reference back to, I believe Ms. Evans had a question in regards to sort of pre-notice in these processes. I think it's actually very important, and it gets back to one of the other points I was making of from a community standpoint. This all is sort of, it's actually the community's vision of this is much closer aligned with actually the proponents' vision of the project than it is really with the DPU or the EFSB, because they don't have these artificial boundaries of, well, that's not my responsibility, that's the Concom, or these are decisions about transmission decisions that ISO New England has made, you know, things that are outside of your purview. For residents, they're just dealing with the project. And very similar, Eversource, National Grid, others, they're just dealing with the project and they know what the hurdles are. And you guys have an understanding what some of those other hurdles are in terms of they're going to have to go to the DPU or to the DEP, I mean, not DPU, but to the DEP for a Chapter 91 waterways license. And then locally, a Conservation Commission needs to sign off on this. And maybe there's a federal agency that needs to do something here. All of those things are sort of outside of the scope of what we're talking about, but they are all having to deal with the same issues of outreach. And so that pre-notice actually would be handy somewhere in there for the, I mean, even for the project proponents, if they're putting the effort into putting this stuff together, of getting that out to advocates, getting out to community groups, to the municipality in some fashion. But I wouldn't wholly rely just on the municipality, because frequently we've seen where a lot of horse trading has gone on before these processes have started. So when we're talking about alternatives, a lot of negotiating has been done on alternative siting for either particular facilities or for pathways, routes of transmission lines and gas lines and such. Those things have been discussed by other people behind, outside of sort of formal procedures. But by the time those decisions have been made and they get incorporated into a filing into your office, a lot of the cake has been baked. And people are coming along and saying, I don't like this. I want to see something else. And it's sort of too late at that point. And so this is all to sort of say that pre-notice is important, but I think it goes beyond just you all here arrayed in this Zoom screen. It really does fall on a lot of other agencies. So I think coming out of the process that we're doing here will be recommendations, hopefully that'll be very useful to you all in doing your jobs. But I'm also hoping on the part of the working group that's working with the AGO's office and others and advocates and the municipalities as well, either through regional planning agencies or whatever, that we could push this out a little further to maybe the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs could be looking at this across all of their the agencies under that umbrella, as well as agencies like DOT, as well as pumping it up to ISO New England, that the recommendations coming out of this will have an impact on a few other things, because ultimately all of those pieces are what are in that black box that the community is sort of confronted with. They're at the gate of this thing, banging on it, saying, I want to have a say in what's happening in my community. And unfortunately, the window opens up like the Wizard of Oz, and one of you sticks your head out and says, I'm sorry, I can only deal with this one prescribed thing. I'm sorry about that other stuff that you don't like it, but that's not my job. And that's going to frustrate your efforts at trying to get the community engaged if they're feeling frustrated with the whole process of a project. So I do think that we do need to look beyond just the DPU and the EFSB, and maybe EEA is the best place to start, considering that's where we'll find the EJ Council, and start thinking about how are there some economies of scale here? How can we leverage some of the input, the insight that we're gathering here to inform something that could splay out a little further in all of these processes, so that the community is engaged in a meaningful way, and that some of their activity in this process will actually have an impact on the outcomes as well. And if in the end, the outcome still isn't what is desired by the community, the important thing from an advocate's perspective is that we can identify where in the kinds of things that you all are not able to change, we can turn around and talk to those people, our legislators and whatnot, and say, listen, this needs to change. You know, they're doing their job the way it's written. It apparently isn't written the best that it could be. And we're going to advocate for some sort of change. But until people get a feel for what is working and how to engage in this, it's very hard to know where those changes should be. I'll stop there. Thank you.
If I could follow up with a question to what John was just talking about, you know, you referenced a lot of different agencies having roles to play with the kinds of project that the siting board looks at, or that the DPU looks at, or, you know, rate cases for that matter. And I'm trying to understand if your suggestion is that there really ought to be an interagency approach to community engagement, so that rather than, you know, sticking in our jurisdictional lanes of we only look at this type of facility or this type of approval, there are many others we know that have similar permitting or oversight responsibilities, and they also care about engagement and frankly are governed by the same policies that we are governed by in terms of environmental justice, language access, etc. So do you have a particular recipe for how agencies ought to be working together, collaborating? Is it through EEA and the council there, or are you looking at something that perhaps doesn't even exist right now?
I think that would be a good starting point. And in truth, one of the things that we go to quite frequently and get phone calls from community members on that day of the month when, or the 2 days of the month or whatever, when the environmental monitor comes out. And that is something that a lot of people use, and a lot of people find out what's happening. They scan down, just as I do, looking for their town. And then they scan the sort of statewide things, whether it's coming from agricultural resources or wherever. that is one outreach avenue that maybe your average citizen isn't necessarily hitting that. It's sort of the tech equivalent of reading the legal notices in the back of the paper. People who sort of know are reading that, but it does seem to be kind of a one-stop shop. So that would be, I think, a starting point, but ultimately there may be a need for something, and it might even be useful for the proponents as well, as to just sort of say, here is my project that I'm doing, toss it off to some agency at the executive level that then populates that landing page that will say, there's a component of this project that goes to DEP. There's a component of this project that's at the DPU. And maybe a lot of projects will just be DPU if it's a rate case or something. But then for other projects that get pretty complex, there could be a number of different agencies that are involved, including at the municipal level, the kinds of agencies that need to sign off on a project and give different permits. That's a lot of work to sort of scope all that out. That's why, you know, law firms get paid a decent amount to help companies work through these things, because it's a lot of work. But the community does not have a law firm working for it. So there needs to be somewhere in the system that we can kind of get this information out. It might be something new, but I think there are a few things in place that we can leverage that should make it a little bit easier as a starting point.
That's helpful. The MIPA monitor is a very good suggestion. It does bring up another question I have, which is, I think we've heard today that it's hard for everyday residents to attend innumerable public sessions and meetings, even if they're feeling very much affected by projects and want to advocate strongly for their point of view. And I can imagine, you know, if we have a handful of agencies that each are doing their utmost to engage with the public and have sessions or pre-filing meetings, that too becomes somewhat of a burden on the community and a reason to try and consolidate or coordinate among multiple agencies so that we're not asking residents to come, you know, on a weekly basis almost to different agencies, outreach sessions, listening sessions, or what have you. So that's why I'm hoping that there's a way that there is an interagency kind of approach that lessens the burden for everybody, frankly, not just agencies, but also the community, without sacrificing their voice.
Mr. Miyares, I see you have your hand raised.
Moving right to the panel.
Okay, I sort of following up on that, we have, in representing some of our municipalities, we have run into two things that we find to be especially frustrating, that maybe you should, when you're thinking about the interagency coordination, might be useful to you. One is, we get ourselves into a proceeding, we have something we want to raise, and we're told, no, that's not relevant to this proceeding. It seemed relevant enough to us to get into the proceeding, but apparently it's not relevant enough to be given much consideration. And we've also had the mirror image of that, which is, oh no, you can't raise that now because you should have raised that in some other proceeding that happened long ago. Both of those are incredibly frustrating for cities and towns, and I can imagine for communities that are less formally organized, it would be even more frustrating. So, so one thing that you might want to consider is, when communities raise a concern, the answer can't just be, sorry, this is not the right forum to raise that. There needs to be a way to get that raised in some other form. Thank you.
Mr. Miyares, if I may follow up on that, question that comes to my mind is, some of these hearings need to move along, or these proceedings need to move along rather quickly. Some have very tight deadlines, and at times, to get more involvement, it would delay a proceeding. I'm wondering how you might suggest balancing the need for efficiency and a speedy decision against getting as much input as possible from both the public municipalities, and so how you may weigh those different considerations.
Well, let me say two things. Thing one is those kinds of, I recognize that some of those artificial deadlines are statutory, but they almost never, in my view, contribute to quality decision making. I think the DPU in particular, and I guess the siting board as well, when they have deadlines like that, the deadline becomes the overriding concern in getting the work done, and results in sacrificing the quality of the decision making. But I think that the agencies can be very sensitive to the need to get stuff done in a timely fashion without having an artificial deadline. But to go back to the comment that I made earlier with respect to the siting board, I think it could apply to the DPU as well. The way to manage your process is to make sure that you have had a robust pre-application process, so that the people who are going to participate don't already start well behind in the proceedings. So in the case of the siting board, having some kind of an agreement with the local community before you even accept the petition seems to me to be essential.
In connection with that, Mr. Miyares, I was wondering if you or any of the other commenters have had any experience with the kind of pre-filing outreach that's required now under MIPA as part of the Roadmap Act provisions, which at least in part are to shape a project, but I guess there was something like that for the department, it could equally be used to shape a filing. But has anyone had experience in working with that? It hasn't been in place for very long, but that might be helpful to us in terms of thinking about those types of options for the other agencies.
Well, I don't have any experience in working with that yet. So speaking from no knowledge base at all, I will just say that the most important thing is that whatever pre-application process goes on is not left exclusively in the hands of the project proponent. Needs to be it needs to be driven by something like the local government. In my view, because that's who I represent, it should be driven by the local government, but I'm willing to acknowledge that others might have a different view on that subject. But it should not be driven by the project proponent.
Mr. Signoli, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention it in that we've done it kind of both ways, and it has backfired and helped us out. In some cases, when it is an application that might have some might not be the most welcome thing in the community, when the community starts to work with the proponent, and when I say work with the proponent, we're just trying to get information back and forth. It is then perceived by the opponents of a particular thing as if the municipality is supporting them. And then sometimes it's vice versa. When we do get involved and are against something, the people who are for it say you're working with the other side as well. So we've had it both ways, but I think in the end, it helped because it shaped a lot of the discussion for the actual submission and hearing, and attempting by the proponent, whether it's a utility company or whatever, to lay out what the process will be moving forward, whether we're talking about the DPU or the siting board, and if you have to get involved with MassDOT, or whether you do have to get involved with any of the other agencies. In the city of Springfield, a project that ends up with underground pipeline also has to go through our Board of Public Works. But that's kind of the last step. That's, right before they're getting ready to start construction. So, we've had it happen both ways, but I think in the end, it allows the proponent to almost require to lay out what the process is going to be, whether it's over the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, or whatever, so that people can then continue to stay involved.
This does bring to mind an experience that I can recall in the before times when we used to actually hold public comment hearings on location in municipalities. It seems like ages ago that we last did that, but it sort of brings to mind some of the experiences we've had engaging with municipalities, even at the early stages of a proceeding. The case has already been filed, admittedly, but I can tell you that in approaching municipalities to try to secure a venue for a public comment hearing, like a high school auditorium or a municipal government center, for projects that were just being described as being controversial, oftentimes municipalities are very reluctant to even provide a space to engage with the public and have a public comment hearing. So I'm voicing a little bit of sort of real world experience, that it sounds good. Engagement is a wonderful thing and collaboration is great, but sometimes it's actually difficult to do fairly basic things. Even just getting a place to hold a hearing. Again, municipalities sometimes do want to keep some distance from projects that are controversial. So that's another point of view on this whole notion of collaboration. And maybe it's too late by then, maybe once the case is filed, we've already missed the moment. And that's why the problems and resistance happens.
Just addressing Ms. Sharkey's original question, we have been approached by, since this the pre-filing stuff has passed, and now for a MIPA filing, people are preparing for their pre-filing, and we're reached out to basically just because people know that they're going to have to deal with us eventually and have us crying and yelling at them and throwing rocks at their houses. So they reached out to us, and in this case, it was projects that they knew what our complaints were going to be, and they anticipated it, and they incorporated things in it, and it smoothed the process going forward for a project that we weren't necessarily 100% psyched about, but there were a whole lot of concessions done in terms of waterfront access, Chapter 91 considerations and things like that, that we were able to get ironed out before they did their filings. So that helped. In other cases, I think it's, looking across the entire state, not every state is going to have, or every city is going to have an organization that is there to be approached for it. So I don't know exactly how the logistics of all that, how it all works out in terms of doing those filings ahead of time to community groups and to community representatives to make sure that you sort of grease the skids for a project. But I think it is worthwhile, if nothing else. It assembles the sort of location maps and gives you an idea of the project, the scope of it, before this stuff gets into the pipeline.
We're going to take, I think, a 5-minute break because there appears to be some issue with our translations at the moment. So let's just shut down the roundtable briefly until like 11:45 so we can address that. Thank you. And we'll talk to you when we come back, Mr. Miyares. People should feel free to turn off their video if they want during the break. So do we have any new commenters from people who haven't had the opportunity to speak yet? And then we'll go resume with Mr. Miares. And then I think we'll close so that we can try and resolve some of the translation issues that we've been having today.
If you would like to provide comment, please just a reminder to raise your virtual hand using the raise hand function, or if you're calling in, use *9. Otherwise, we will not be able to see that you would like to provide comment.
In that case, Mr. Miares, you have the last word today.
Well, this isn't really an appropriate last word, but I just wanted to give a little bit of pushback on the issue of providing venues for public meetings. All of the communities that we represent are very experienced with the idea that state agencies may want to come and hold a public hearing in their facilities, and all of the communities that I've ever worked with have always been very cooperative about that. There was an issue in a particular circumstance that was different from that. I regret that, but I think most communities are pretty comfortable with the idea of using auditoriums or library facilities or whatever is necessary to hold a public meeting, and I wouldn't let a bad experience interfere with that. But let me just say, as long as I'm the last person to speak here, let me just say, I think everybody that spoke today shares more or less a common goal. And the common goal is to have better proceedings with better outcomes based on more information and more participation. And there's some structural issues, I think, in the processes that the DPU and the Efsb have that get in the way with that, get in the way of that. And hopefully this process will help to break down some of those barriers so that you are going forward able to make better decisions that are more inclusive and take local concerns into account more effectively. So thank you for the effort, and certainly on behalf of the town of Needham, the town would certainly be interested in assisting you in any way it can.
Thank you, Mr. Miares. Since we have no other commenters for this particular panel, we are going to Mr. Green, you can comment as well.
Yeah, I hate to have dead air time, especially with such a great group of folks here today. This is kind of out of the blue, but I think, there are a lot of conflicting imperatives here. One is to be accurate and complete and provide important information. The other is simplicity, accessibility, ease of use. And the thought has occurred to me that, one medium that we don't really use very much of is video, in terms of giving the communities an early opportunity to get a sort of, informative video about the project that in a notice would occupy 5 or 10 pages from the siting board, but a 5 or 10 or so minute video, maybe on YouTube or whatever medium, is a way to encapsulate a lot of information visually, provide some numbers and charts to bolster the visual information, and make that accessible, because almost everybody can get video on their phones or computers these days. So it's not a complicated means of access. So I'm just throwing that out there as an idea to see if any of the folks who've commented, or maybe others who haven't, place any value in that as an approach. And I don't know who would actually put such a video together, whether that burden would be on the applicants or maybe it's on the boards or agencies that review filings, but just, a thought that video may be a medium that we really haven't tapped in the early stages of our cases. I see a hand raised in the attendee group.
I do. Brooks Winter from the Metropolitan Area Planning Council.
Hopefully Brooks will be on the panel in a moment.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick comment. I work for the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, a regional planning agency, and I don't want to speak on behalf of my sort of fellow, our fellow regional planning agencies around the Commonwealth, but I did just want to note that a role that we often play for the greater municipalities of the greater Boston region is translating and highlighting important issues either before the DPU. I don't know that we've worked super closely on Efsb citing issues in the past, although I think we have been there too. But just, a couple examples I'll give. The DPU 2080 Future of Gas stakeholder proceeding, we were involved in sort of tracking that and also encouraging municipalities to show up and to participate in that. And I think and that's also an interesting example of a DPU proceeding that was, I think, successful in many ways in bringing more stakeholders into that discussion. Wasn't perfect, but I think the website was good. The information was available. There were videos to Andrew Green's point, although I think the fact that the videos were all produced by the gas companies made some people feel like it was just I don't know, propaganda is a strong word, but that it was just the sort of the perspective of the LDCs being conveyed there. So the other example I'll use is the Mass Save 3-year plan process. We did a lot of work in the lead up to that through our seat on the Energy Efficiency Advisory Council. But I think one thing that we noticed was that once it went from that more open process with lots of public comment at the EEAC meetings into the adjudicatory process at the DPU, it became a lot harder to follow and to participate just because you had to file to be an intervener, and I think many municipalities that may be sort of above their competence or their ability to participate, but that's where a lot of the actual decision making gets made. So would encourage the DPU and the Efsb to consider MAPC, other regional planning agencies throughout the Commonwealth, and also the Massachusetts Association of Regional Planning Agencies, MARPA, as resources to you all in getting information out to communities and some of that translation. And then just wanted to provide those two examples from processes that we've been involved in recently. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winter.
We have asked the EDCs, the electric distribution companies and other distribution companies, water and natural gas, to discuss the most effective methods they have for outreach to their customers. I'm wondering whether the AG's office or Ms. Gillette or any of the other organizations might have some thoughts, whether there's some consensus on best avenues to reach customers, the most effective methods that they've used or seen to achieve outreach. Specifically, maybe the Attorney General can speak to methods they've used to increase participation in their stakeholder proceeding. Is there any consensus that anyone has found in terms of outreach to customers or to residents?
Well, I see Mr. Walkie has his hand up.
Just briefly, in terms of best practices, I will leave that to the companies or the AGs to say, but I can, from personal experience, one thing not to do, and I think Brooks had just sort of referenced it a little bit in terms of community members are going to be very suspicious of anything that has the proponent's name on it. And we had a situation of an actual proceedings, on site in the East Boston High School where a logo being projected up on the screen was taken very hostilely by the audience. And in terms of when sort of offloading some of the expenses of things like the proponent coming up to pay for interpretation or having the interpreter be from the proponent's side or whatever as it is, or on they're paying for it. The perception of that at times can be negative on the part of the community. So I would just caution that aspect of it. But I do think, given the the outreach, the billing basically of the mailing list of the companies, that is the best, probably most effective way for outreach.
Gillette?
I think that this is a very difficult issue because what we deal with and what we're dealing with is trust. And trust is not, cannot be manufactured. It doesn't happen overnight. And so I think that at least one project that I'm working on in a community, we are actually working with existing trusted partners in that community, partners who have already established themselves as being helpful and an advocate for the community. And I'm thinking about how that can translate into what the EFSB and the DPU are doing. But I think that I think that there just has to be a recognition that it's going to take time, and there has to be engagement, as I was saying in my previous comments. We have to sit down together with the community and work through these issues. We just can't do it on a Zoom call or either just via written comments. So I'm not sure that was helpful, but those are just some of my thoughts on this issue of engagement.
Do you have a specific kind of structure that you think would work for that, Gillette? In terms of, and how the agencies can best engage kind of on a more personal level with communities.
And maybe any success that you've had engaging folks, if you could speak to that as well.
Certainly. And do I have a model? No. And I think we need to be careful, again, that one model may not fit, but it's really just going into a community and talking. And that is what I have found to be most effective. It's bringing people around a table, providing the means for people to participate. For example, in some communities, it's very difficult for people to participate because of childcare issues. I've been at meetings where there has been childcare provided. There's food security issues. I've been at meetings where food has been provided. And it's, again, a way to demonstrate that we care about what's going on, and we want to listen. We want to provide a way for people to engage. And I think we have to think outside of the box and do what is necessary to bring people into the conversation.
Have there been any approaches that have worked for you in terms of successfully recruiting folks into the conversation? I know you said you've discussed quite a bit how it varies community to community and trust is a serious issue, but I'm wondering if you can dive into a little bit more detail about what has worked and how you may suggest gaining that trust on a community level.
Well, what has worked, as I mentioned before, is partnering with a existing trusted partner in the community. And we started by meeting with them and then bringing in other partners from the city, from agencies that can assist community people with various issues that are on their plate, and then bringing in the community. So it's an introduction, and we had to establish ourselves as being a genuine partner in it. And it's an iterative process, and it takes time, it takes effort, and it takes constantly reviewing what is being done to see if it really moves the needle one step closer to where we want to be. So it's really talking and sitting down and engaging. That's what I have found to be most successful.
Would you recommend that, for example, an agency do it outside of the context of a specific docket or a project? And are you talking about building a relationship between the communities and the agencies specifically versus kind of trying to focus on what may soon become, kind of an adjudicatory proceeding?
Well, I think that the way to the way to do it, or one way to do it, not the way, but one way to do it is to, I think someone mentioned having pre-filing meetings or pre-hearing meetings. And Mr. Green, I know that you talked about years ago where there were such community meetings. In my opinion, that type of structure would have to be revisited because it usually is too late in the process. I think what has to be done is anything that involves the community must be done at a stage before things are baked, and it's a fait accompli. So, for example, if there is a company is thinking about a proposed project, then perhaps options can be laid on the table before a filing is made. That can be discussed, and to help ensure that community concerns are taken into account. That could be part of the filing. What was addressed by the company. So I think that's a step forward. I think that the agencies, the DPU and the EFSB can start to engender trust, or more trust, I should say, by also clearly explaining in decisions how community comments were taken into consideration. And so it's, again, a process that we just have to keep trying to work through.
Thank you. I see Stacy Rubin has her hand raised. Ms. Rubin?
She'll join the panel in a moment.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this conversation. I really want to just build off what Gillette has been suggesting. I do think having some sort of engagement between agency staff and the public outside the context of a formal adjudication is really useful. One recommendation is for the agencies to create multilingual videos that can be available on the websites explaining how decisions get made or what is happening at the agency. There's not a lot of transparency, I think, generally with the public as to, why the DPU exists and what you do. And I will say I have been at so many public hearings, both when I was on the staff side of this and before and after that as a member of the public. And there are times when people are asking questions and not getting any response other than thank you for your comment. So if there could be an interactive period, beyond a particular proceeding where people can say, I want to understand what this proposed pilot demonstration project is, or what is a geothermal issue, what is an energy storage system, what is a pipeline expansion, hearing that directly from department and siting board staff who are supposed to be neutral and not influenced by project proponents, I think would be very useful and a good way to begin to build the trust that I think is going to take years and years to do. But I think it's imperative and required for the agency staff to move forward in that direction.
Thank you for your comments. No, I'm just, I think you have a very good point. I think those of us, certainly in the staff of the agency, feel that sense of sometimes being bound by practice or legal restrictions in cases that are ongoing about having that kind of free-flowing dialogue with the public when concerns are raised at hearings. And as much as we love to talk about technical issues or routing choices or technology decisions, it often would probably lead to a public comment hearing going even longer than the 3 or 4 hours that they sometimes do. Any one of the topics can take up a large period of discussion time. So that's the sort of challenge again of wanting to engage, not crossing over into becoming a witness in a case as staff or taking a position. As you say, we do need to remain neutral, but hopefully can provide public information and be informative and be useful in conveying complexity in a more accessible way to the public so that they can engage. And that takes time. And I don't think we can cram all that into one evening's public comment hearing from 7 o'clock to 9 or 10. And that becomes an issue too, by the way, when we go late and people are feeling put upon. So we probably need to devote more time to deliver on the kinds of things that I think are being suggested of having more engagement. But I do want to also react to the idea of explicitly identifying public comments and having perhaps an agency response to comments in our decisions. That's something that DEP often does in its regulatory proceedings. That they do not operate as an adjudicatory agency. in the same way that we do. So that's an interesting question of whether they may have some additional flexibility to do it that way. But it seems like a worthwhile idea to consider, to give some confidence to the public that their comments were heard and have been, fully thought through in terms of where the agency decisions ultimately are made. So I think there's something there that we should give some more thought to, for sure.
Ms. Rubin and Ms. Westbrook, I have a question about transparency, and you talk a lot about trust and gaining trust of the public, but while a proceeding is active, we can't discuss the substance, which is often the questions that we receive. Where are you going with this? How are you going to handle this? And that's not something that we can discuss with the public, and that might create some distrust. And so I'm wondering if you have any suggestions how we might be able to bridge that gap.
That's a very interesting question. It's a very complex issue. Just on a very high level, I think that it's important to keep people informed. If a decision is going to take much longer than expected, then perhaps there could be hearing officer memo sent out or some communication saying, not saying where the decision is going, but procedurally what the status is at that time. So that's one way of keeping people up to date, in the loop, and they will know what's going on rather than having to guess at what the agencies are doing. And Stacy, if I spoke before, I didn't put up my hand, sorry, but I'm done. Thanks.
Thanks, Gillette, and hearing officer Siegel for the question. I think one way to address it is certainly to be transparent on timing. In the actual decisions themselves, it would help for the agencies to acknowledge if there are comments about, other concerns in the community. And, for example, in rate case hearings, it's very common for residents to testify that, my tax bill is going up, my water bill is going up, now my electric bill is going up. And just to acknowledge the greater hardships that this decision is going to contribute to, I think will help from a transparency perspective. And then once the decision comes out, perhaps the agencies can do an information session, beyond the appeal periods to explain the decision. We are all aware of the hundreds of pages of most of the orders, the important orders or the bigger scale proceedings. And the agency staff response is, I can't discuss it with you, look at the order, or at least that's what it used to be. I presume it's similar today. And so, having the ability for people to hear from the agency, just summarizing it and maybe giving just some explanation, not going beyond what's in the context of the decision. And I know that's going to be hard, and that puts a lot of onus and responsibility on staff or commissioners or board members. But I think that's another way to be transparent and build trust.
So does anyone have any additional comments or questions they'd like to ask? In that case, I believe we'll take our lunch break a little early. And we will come back to the round table for their second topic.
Sorry to interrupt you. I thought Mr. Walkie just had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Walkie.
Not a problem. I don't want to stop us from lunch. One thing that occurred to me and looking at all the faces across the screen and the people who've been presenting and speaking for myself, we're talking about from my perspective, trying to engage communities of color, low-income communities, people who are definitely without the capacity, a lot of the resources of some more resourced neighborhoods to engage in a lot of this. And one thing that occurs to me is when I go home, my wife runs a nonprofit group which explicitly works with undocumented Central Americans. She gets notices and requests from the municipal planning organization, the MPO, or transportation planning in the region. She gets requests from a lot of different governmental agencies because she is representing people that are not represented enough. And so government agencies that are doing exactly what we're doing today, how do we reach those people? She's one of those people. And when she gets those notices, she says, I don't have time for this. I can't, unless you're going to help me figure out how to get papers for these people, I really don't care too much about where you put the power plant or whatever. I've got other bigger fish to fry with the few resources I have available to me. So I just wanted to do that one bit of a reality check as we're talking about this. There are a lot of people, my organization is representing many of those same people with those concerns. And we're sort of the tip of the spear trying to digest this material and make it relevant for people to pull them into this. But as you're going out there to certain community groups and community members and trying to engage them, it might be frustrating, but some people are going to come back and say, I don't care. And I don't want to engage because I've got too many other things relative to my child's education, paying rent, being displaced, whatever. So as we're thinking of equity, I do think it gets the details get very devilish. And I just wanted to throw that out there as we're thinking of these cool mechanisms and videos and things, which I think will go a long way to helping a lot of the tips of spears, as well as resourced organizations and towns make best use of that. There are still going to be some hard to reach itches here that we need to scratch. And it's probably a bigger problem than the DPU and EFSB will be able to resolve. But I just wanted to put a tack in that just to have it documented.
I have to respond to that. Just to note that in one of our recent meetings that involves a fairly significant amount of mileage of transmission lines and a new substation, and no, it's not in East Boston. We directed the company to send out notices to all of the abutters and residents, not just property owners. We've broadened that in recent years to reach the full population. And I think we directed the company to send out somewhere on the order of about 15,000 letters to residents in the area of the project. And I think it was probably 3 additional languages besides English in the communities that that were addressed. And the public comment hearing probably had about 50 or 60 attendees. So it was on Zoom, it wasn't in person, so that might be perhaps a factor. But as you're saying, Mr. Walkie, the public does not always choose to participate, even if they do know about it. Letters seem to, reach everybody's mailboxes still. Newspapers are sort of a dying institution on paper. Electronically, it's different, but it is, mail is becoming the default medium for really reaching people and know that they at least got something physical from the process, but it doesn't necessarily produce the participation that we would anticipate. I recently received my registration renewal from the motor vehicle registry, and it did include a coupon to get a free car wash. So maybe there's an idea for getting more interest in our mailings. We can learn something from the registry.
On that note, does anyone have any other comments to make before we break for lunch? In that case, we will take our lunch break, and we'll resume with the second topic at 1:15. I'd like to thank everybody for participating and making really thoughtful comments as part of this first topic. And we look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Just a reminder to the panelists as we get closer to 1:15, when you make your way back, just turn on your video so we can confirm everyone is here before we begin again at 1:15. Again, just a reminder to the panelists as you make your way back, if you could please turn on your camera so that we can in fact confirm that you are back. Again, I just ask as folks make their way back, if you could turn on your camera so I can confirm that you are in fact back, if you are on the panel. Looks like we are still missing a few folks, so I'll give folks another few minutes to come back from lunch. Again, as you make your way back from lunch, please turn on your video so that we can confirm that you are in fact back. We'll ask again for folks who just made their way back, please turn on your cameras so that I can confirm that you are in fact back before we begin. All right, I'll plan to begin in about 2 minutes or so. I think we're still waiting for an interpreter or two to make their way back. Again, it would be helpful if you can please turn on your video so that I can confirm that you are in fact back. All right, let's plan to get started. I apologize for the late start here, and I want to welcome everyone back from break. We will now move on to topic 2 on whether all notices for agency proceedings should receive the same level of publication and outreach. Before we begin, I would like to remind all presenters and commenters to speak slowly and clearly for the benefit of the interpreters and the audience. We will now begin with a presentation by the National Consumer Law Center, followed by a presentation from Conservation Law Foundation. Let's begin with Jennifer Bosco on behalf of the National Consumer Law Center.
You're muted.
Jennifer, you're on mute.
There. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Thank you, and thanks for inviting me to participate today.
C'est Jennifer. Merci.
Can you? Oh, I'm hoping that I'm off mute. And okay, thank you.
Yes, you are, and you may proceed. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I just thank you for inviting me. I would like to just make a few comments and suggestions, which I think really echo a lot of the points that were raised this morning by the speakers who had a lot of, I think, great recommendations for expanding outreach. The topic that I was asked to present on today was whether particular types of outreach or particular types of notices should be prioritized for outreach. And, in thinking about that, I think that, the National Consumer Law Center, we work with consumers, we work with a lot of consumer advocates. We have, connections with community groups, but still, we are not in a position to really say which types of notices are going to be the most important to different people across the Commonwealth. And really, maybe it's an obvious point, but the communities affected by the proceedings are really in the best position to decide, what are their priorities and what types of proceedings do they feel that it's important for them to engage with. And so a first step for figuring out how do we determine that is also something that was talked about quite a bit this morning, that having language access is certainly very important. And I'm just really very appreciative that DPU has engaged interpreters for this proceeding and has sent out notices in different languages and has a kind of a multi-language notice saying that this document is important and you can have it translated. But in addition to that, having just a plain language explanation that helps people understand what the proceeding's about, what this agency even does, which might be new to them, and how the proceeding might affect their lives is going to be important for community members to be able to decide, well, what is important, which proceedings really can they focus their limited resources on participating in. So I think for the notices that go out about rate cases and licensing of competitive suppliers and the other types of DPU proceedings, if there could be a short plain language notice at the beginning, or plain language summary at the beginning of each notice that was written, clearly and formatted to stand out, possibly in slightly larger font for people who might have some vision impairment. And then the question is, who would write this summary? And one suggestion to consider is, should the summary be written by the initial draft anyway, be written by the party who's seeking the proceeding, who filed the petition, who is seeking the utility that's seeking a rate case, or the competitive supplier who's seeking to be licensed in Massachusetts. But then that plain language summary could be reviewed by DPU, and maybe that would be a role for the consumer division, or maybe the outreach would be handled in another way. If that were to be done, it probably would be helpful for DPU to have some sort of guidance with what should be included in a plain language summary, or maybe some samples even of plain language summaries. I think another way to get information out to the public would be to offer some sort of email newsletter type digest of proceedings. And I mean, honestly, that might even be useful for people who practice before DPU or who appear before DPU regularly, to have a monthly list possibly of the different types of proceedings, include the plain language summary, and also a QR code or a link, or both, to be able to access more information about the proceeding that would link to the full notice, and that these could be categorized by types of proceeding, whether it's electric or gas, or whatever the proceeding is. And to also continue to include the notice about the multi-language notice saying this is an important document, please have it translated, but to have a phone number that people can call if they need translation assistance. And I'm not sure, it probably already exists, but if the consumer division already is using a language line type service to connect with interpreters, then that could be one source that's used for providing that assistance. And if not, I know that there are some of those service providers who are approved to provide services for agencies in the Commonwealth. Additionally, for those notices or newsletters, to have online sign up by category, so that people could choose, do they want only, electric notices? Do they want gas notices? Do they want all rate cases? What are people interested in, so that if the concern is not to overwhelm people with like a barrage of information, that could be a way to kind of limit or allow people to choose what they see, and then can kind of pick from the list in the digest that they received. Also, has been mentioned earlier, this really shouldn't be like a one and done process. That I think it would be great if the agencies continued to seek feedback and input from stakeholders in the community about how to, as you develop different methods of outreach, how to continue to improve those. For instance, if videos are developed, as was discussed earlier, are those working, and is there a better way to distribute them? And also for if there could be educational opportunities for stakeholders, possibly online. And maybe that could be done through videos too, where they're having some videos that just explain what is the role of DPU, what does DPU do, and how does that matter to your life, and how can you have input into the process. Those could be beneficial as well. So I think that is it for my suggestions. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Next, a presentation from Stacy Rubin and Priya Gundabir on behalf of Conservation Law Foundation.
Can you hear me and see my slides? Great.
Yes, but you are a little quiet.
Oh, how's this? Oh, no.
Much better, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Priya Gunbir. I'm a staff attorney in the Clean Energy and Climate Change Program at Conservation Law Foundation. Presenting with me is Stacy Rubin, Vice President of Conservation Law Foundation's Environmental Justice Program. Both Stacy and I use she, her pronouns. As NCLC has just illustrated, the best way to ensure meaningful public participation is to go straight to the impacted communities and find out what they need. We'll now offer additional recommendations for the department and siting board to use, recognizing that agency resources are limited. Oops, sorry about that. The question before us now is whether all agency notices should receive the same level of publication and outreach. The answer is no. While the department and siting board should continue to ensure that proceedings subject to open government regulations are noticed in accordance with Massachusetts law, not all proceedings will have the same impact on people and the environment, and accordingly, they do not all require the same amount of community engagement. The amount and type of outreach, both in terms of notice and in terms of total engagement, should be proportionate to the potential impact of the project. When designing notice requirements, the department and siting board should consider the extent of the project impact. In order to do so, you should consider who is impacted. For example, communities with environmental justice populations, as defined by Massachusetts law, should receive heightened care. If there's a project site, you should also evaluate where and when construction will occur. If the impact is purely financial, what current events, for example, a global pandemic or economic recession, might exacerbate allegedly minimal consequences. The department and siting board should consider residents to be the experts in what they need and want to see in their communities. Just as some communities need more outreach and engagement, some project types will need heightened communication. Siting projects have discrete impacts on local residents, and care should be taken to inform them of the project and its implications. On the other hand, while both rate-making procedures and broad policy changes have more sweeping consequences, outreach might differ depending on the matter. For example, individual customers must always be informed of potential rate changes, while outreach regarding policy changes could be focused to the appropriate community groups or local officials. I'll now turn the floor over to Stacy.
Thank you, Priya. To determine a targeted outreach strategy for the specified docket types that Priya just mentioned, it is crucial to identify a geographic area and assess demographics accordingly, such as whether state-designated environmental justice populations are potentially impacted and whether there are limited English proficient residents with translation and interpretation needs. Conservation Law Foundation recommends that the department and siting board utilize a radius-based approach to identify a potentially impacted community for outreach purposes. For site-specific projects, such as a generating facility, a pipeline expansion, net metering facility, or gas pipeline incident, the agencies should require project proponents to draw a 5-mile radius around the address at issue, and then assess the demographics and background conditions for the populations within that radius. Ideally, the project proponent and agency staff will target outreach to community-based organizations, elected and appointed officials located within 1 mile of a proposed project. For proposals without a particular address, like a rate case impacting an entire service territory, the department should assess demographics and background conditions within the entire service area and work with the EEA, Environmental Justice Director, and Environmental Justice Advisory Council to determine an outreach strategy. Census data should be used to trigger mandatory translation of a plain language notice for a minimum threshold of a limited English proficient community. Beyond census data, while helpful, those people responsible for disseminating notices should confer with the department and siting board environmental justice coordinators to work with local officials and community groups to determine whether there are additional language access needs. In addition to translating notices to ensure that outreach is properly received by those with limited English proficiency, project proponents should be required to pay for the interpretation into the necessary languages for all public hearings and other meetings. The department and siting board should select the language interpreters to ensure that interpreters are neutral third parties and trained on the technical information that are the subject of the proceedings. Notices should provide narrative description of the project location and include maps and imagery as appropriate. The narratives should be understandable to a layperson and should inform the readers of the proposed use of the land and potential impacts to the public. If alternative uses have been proposed at a particular address, such as constructing a park instead of a pipeline, that information should be noted, as should potential alternative locations or routes for the project. The narrative should also include information regarding the alleged benefit of the project and potential negative consequences, such as noise, air and water quality impacts, reduction of recreational space, or loss of wetlands or wildlife habitat. In conclusion, these recommendations are only a starting place for determining where, when, how, and to whom outreach and engagement should be directed. These recommendations will require additional agency and board staff focused on outreach and improved process. Conservation Law Foundation is confident that with additional roundtables and comments in these dockets, department and siting board proceedings can be more meaningful opportunities to ensure that Massachusetts energy needs are met, but also that they are met in an equitable, just manner that prioritizes our climate and environmental justice mandates. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin and Ms. Gundabir. At this time, does staff have any questions for the presenters?
Well, I guess I'll ask one. Stacy, with the slide that you had up with the different radii around a project area, I think it went out as far as 10 miles. Could you just sort of describe your thought process in terms of how those different bands were conceived and what sort of impacts you think are captured by those different distances?
I can, and thank you for that great question, Andy. So our recommendation is that the project proponent look at a 5-mile radius to determine both demographic and language access needs, as well as potential impacts, but that the targeted outreach really be focused within that 1-mile radius. And this image, it does have the 10-mile, it's just for visual purposes. We're not necessarily suggesting anything specific to the 10 miles. But in our experience, 5 miles is helpful for really assessing what the translation needs might be for a written notice. And then people who are most likely going to be unhappy if they don't know about a particular proposed project are going to be those that have, organizations that serve people or elected officials that serve people within the 1-mile radius.
So these distances don't relate specifically to mailed notice, but notice and the languages that are used in general. Is that correct?
So the 1-mile radius is referring to kind of the enhanced outreach, which would mean that the project proponents should be actively trying to get in touch and perhaps the agency staff trying to get in touch with the elected officials, whether it's an email or a phone call, but really targeting contact, beyond just a mailing, beyond just posting to a website saying this project proposal is happening, it will be filed. It has been filed. And if there is the opportunity for that pre-filing engagement that we discussed earlier today, ideally that conversation is happening starting with that 1-mile radius for the enhanced outreach.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further questions from staff? Hearing none. Would anyone at this time like to comment before we get there? I'll just thank Ms. Bosco, Ms. Rubin, and Ms. Gundabir one last time for your presentation today. I certainly appreciate it. At this time, could the hearing monitor please move the presenters to the attendee level? Thank you. At this time, would anyone in the audience like to provide comment related to this topic? If you would like to provide comment, please raise your virtual hand using the raised hand function or *9 for those of you calling in today. I will call on you in the order that you appear on my screen. Are there any folks in the audience today who'd like to provide comment on this topic? If so, again, please raise your virtual hand at this time. And for those of you calling in, you can press *9. That being the case, maybe we could take a quick 5-minute recess and come right back. So at this time, we'll turn off of our videos. We'll come back at about 1:50. Hello, everyone. I apologize for the awkward pause there. If we could resume, if everyone can please turn their cameras back on. Does anyone, I'd like to ask again, have any comment on topic 2 at this time? If so, raise your virtual hand now or press star 9. Okay. Seeing none, we would like to promote Stacy Rubin and Priya Gundabir and Jennifer Bosco again. So if we could please promote them back to panelists. We do have a few additional questions. All right, do we have Ms. Gundabir as well? Okay, let's begin with some staff questions. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Rubin or Ms. Bosco? All right, let's start with Vanessa. Ms. Arcovio, would you like to ask a few questions or any questions?
Thank you, Scott. I have a question to
Vanessa, you're muted. I believe your question's to Ms. Bosco.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Scott. So I do have a question for Ms. Jennifer Bosco regarding the educational opportunity for stakeholder. I think that's a good idea, but we just hoping that you could elaborate that a little bit more in terms of what type of education you think it would be helpful. Just elaborate that a little bit further so that we could take notes. That would be great.
Sure. Well, I guess in working with consumers and clients, there are a lot of people who really aren't aware what the Department of Public Utilities does, or how their electric rates are set, or what a heat pump is. Like, there are just lots of basics that I think it might be amenable to something can be explained in a short video. And I don't know if DPU is necessarily like the lead on all these energy and utility related issues to provide that education, but I think that giving people at least like sort of a common language and a common background to be able to like understand what the proceedings are about just seems like a good step. And short videos do seem like a good way to at least start orienting people to those issues. And certainly that could be done in other languages besides English as well.
In
also
your opinion,
person as well.
I'm sorry.
So you're mentioning that video to kind of explain to people what the department does, and a lot of people not really aware of what we do and the reason why we're doing or have a certain proceeding. So what about in person? Or maybe have you seen this type of training or educational opportunity anywhere that maybe we can look into? And
I mean, you may be aware the FERC, Office of Public Participation, was created fairly recently, and they conducted some workshops on what, how the OPP could help communities. And then they, I believe, just started having sessions that start to teach people about how to participate in FERC proceedings. And So that might be an entity to check with. And to the extent that I can find any examples that are responsive to your question about, is there anyone doing this already? I'd be glad to send those along, but I mean, nothing actually leaps to mind.
Also, I was just wondering if you know anything like on the top of your head, that'd be really helpful for us. But thank you so much for your answer.
Is there anything missing from the department's website in terms of educating the public, either on its process or hearings, or is there anything that you think is lacking that would add value to add in the near term?
When I've looked at the department's website, it doesn't look to me like kind of a consumer facing or public facing thing. It always struck me as like, this is something that looks like it's more aimed at insiders and people who might know what they are looking for. So, I mean, maybe having like call out boxes off to the side, like, what does DPU do? How are your electric rates set? I don't know. Some common questions that people might have if they haven't, really delved into what the DPU does and don't know that much about utility issues. And I'm not saying this to be, I'm not trying to be like patronizing or anything. I'm thinking of literally my own family when I explain to them what I do for a job. Like this is just something that, if you as a consumer don't need to pay a lot of attention to like wonky issues like, rate cases, then you've got other things that, you're concerned about. And so making it, breaking it down and making it something that's very accessible to people and relates to their lives, I think would be helpful.
I do have one more question for you, Ms. Bosco, and probably to everyone else as well. You did mention about the one and done thing project for the DP to seek feedback from the stakeholder. So I'm just wondering and also curious, like, is this Roundtable, do you feel like this would be a step that we're doing to do that as well? I mean, is that helpful? Or is there anything else that we can do on top of this?
That's a good question. I guess I'm not sure how frequently, if there'd be interest in like, if there were sort of a monthly like Q&A with the department or something like that. But I'm not sure if maybe monthly would be too much, but yeah, I'm not sure if there are folks from the Attorney General's office who are still on, but I know the Attorney General's office has sort of a community outreach section that, gives presentations like in different parts of the Commonwealth. So I actually don't know how that's been translated to online forums, but that might be another model to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Ms. Rubin?
Thank you. I was wanting to just add a little bit to what Jen Bosco had mentioned. So I would say the website online file room is not the most user-friendly. So once people even understand that it exists, you have to pretty much know a docket number. And we've talked about in citing that you need to know whether there's a space or not. Is it EFSB space, 1201, where's the dash go? Anyway, it's very difficult to find the information. I do think that the project landing page on the citing board has been a good addition. And I think that the handbook from the citing board is helpful. So maybe doing a similar type of handbook at the department that explains the types of proceedings that happen at the department. What is the difference between adjudicatory versus an investigation, and how are those decisions made? Some very basic things online that are available in multiple languages could be incredibly useful. And that's mostly for people who already have some sense of what the department is doing or the citing board is doing, but are not comfortable giving a public comment maybe, or don't know how to try to comment and influence the decision. So those are some ideas. I also just want to recognize the New England Energy Vision process, which I believe the department was engaged in to some extent. And there was a report that came out to the governor's, trying to find the date on this, over a year ago. But I don't believe that there's been any real implementation of some of the ideas that were discussed in that forum, including people were asked, what is your vision for our energy future? And that's the kind of conversation that there's a lot of people who want to talk to the department about and to talk to the siting board about, though it's, that's clearly beyond any specific proceedings that you all run. So that might be an interesting place to try to pick up some of the recommendations and try to implement from the New England Energy Vision report.
Thank you. Ms. Gondabir, did you want to also discuss anything on this topic?
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to respond to your question about the department's website, and echoing what Jen and Stacy have mentioned already. A couple of things that stand out to me as missing from the DPU website, especially given the department's mandates under the map law. I'm noting that there's nothing on climate change or environmental justice, at least readily available on the department's website. I think in order to really connect with the public, it's important for people to understand why they should care about investor-owned electric utilities and natural gas and water companies in Massachusetts. And I agree with previous comments regarding kind of improvements that would be helpful for identifying what dockets and filings and what proceedings are really important to a person visiting the website. But definitely recommend that some information be added to the website regarding climate change, energy efficiency, environmental justice, and those very important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thanos, did you have a question?
Thank you, hearing officer. Hi, everyone. I usually keep my camera off to save on bandwidth, but I have a question on actually, we talked about it on both sessions in this morning. It has to do with how far do we need to go and who do we need to contact or share the information with when there is a project. We have seen both in natural gas projects and electric projects, whether it's wind turbines, solar, or just some sort of system upgrade, that a project may need to be built in one town because that's where the utility or that's where the provider has the real estate, owns the real estate, but that project is to benefit a town that's say 5 to 6 miles down the road, whether it's a pipeline or there's a compressor, whether it's, with turbines. How do we deal with notifying the locals in whose town the project will be built, and at the same time those 5 miles down the road who are going to benefit from the project? And what kind of conflict and how do we deal with these conflicts, at least in the description and the outreach to those groups? Thank you.
Ms. Rubin?
That was a great question. I'm happy to try to answer it. Certainly what I've seen throughout my career is that often the communities that are bearing the biggest burdens of having perhaps the compressor station or, maybe it's some other form of a generating facility, they are bearing the burdens while the benefits might be going, to a much broader area. That is, so the benefits are in one place, but the burdens are somewhere else, or maybe it's a little bit more nuanced than that. So I think it's important that the communications from the department and the siting board are really targeting what the benefits and burdens might be for both, people within a very close proximity the project or pipeline or wind turbine, as well as others who are potentially benefiting from a more reliable source of electricity or something like that. So I just think that we tend to see notices for these proceedings that are pretty limited and technical about, again, therms, megawatts. We're not necessarily talking about any sort of detriments, additional truck trips, or what does it mean to have a reliable electric system? These are the kinds of things that if you can translate that information into plain language, as has been said many times today, that's very helpful, so that people understand that when they flick their light switch on or turn on their gas stove, why it works. Hope that helped.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other staff questions? I do.
I do have a question, but Scott, were you about to ask one?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So this is probably a politically incorrect question for the group of folks who are attending today, but I think I'm going to ask it anyway. And it sort of follows along the lines of Andreas's question, that certainly in siting, a lot of projects have local impacts where the construction would take place, where the environment would be disturbed, but sort of a broader area of benefits regionally, sometimes across the state or even throughout New England. And, I can tell you from 10 years of being in this particular position that I would say 97% of the folks who come to our public comment hearings are coming to either express concerns about a project, oppose the project, or perhaps get more information. They just don't know, and they're there to learn more. But the broad swath of a locality, the state, or even the region that benefits is nowhere to be seen in our process. And maybe that's not really something we should worry about. Obviously, the proponents are certainly trying to advance their projects, and they may speak on behalf of the broad beneficiaries, but the people themselves are largely absent from at least the siting process. So, is there a place or a mechanism for the people who do benefit from projects, who are often not vocal and don't participate? Is there a way that they can register some level of interest in the project without, having the same, let's say, degree of involvement as folks who live in the community and are doing their utmost to either put it somewhere else or have it not built at all? And again, that's a provocative question, so I'll expect some ire at the fact that I even asked it. Not directed at any particular person.
I'm happy to try to answer that one, to say that there are certainly benefits that that can be discussed that are maybe not entirely clear when you've got a lot of people opposing a project. But generally, I have seen that where a project is beneficial, that people will come out and will articulate support for a project because they see the benefit. So the lack of people kind of showing up to say, I support this, may not necessarily be indicative of the fact that there's a ton of support. I have seen it. In fact, there was a public hearing last night unrelated to these two agencies where there was a lot of supporters in the room and a smaller number of opponents. So I've seen it happen, and I guess I would just challenge your question as to, people not knowing, not taking the time to be there to support something. But I do think there's an opportunity for an educational approach for the public about how our grid works, how things are interconnected, what is Massachusetts' relationships with the other New England states, and how do the state agencies interact with the federal agencies there's people who spend their entire careers who try to figure that out and articulate it, and it's a hard concept. So to the extent that there's some educational opportunities, as Jennifer Bosco was mentioning, perhaps that could be within the realm of it.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Ms. Gundabir, did you want to respond?
Just add my 2 little cents. I think that one kind of potential way that this might be addressed or resolved is by implementing a robust alternatives analysis requirement. The fact is we live in a place with hot summers and cold winters. We need to be able to heat and cool our homes and our offices. We need to be able to get from point A to point B. And the question isn't whether we need energy resources and to be able to travel, to be able to transport ourselves, heat and cool our homes. The question is, what is the best way to do that? And how do we do this in a way where the people and the places that are already saddled with the burdens of carrying this infrastructure and of the impacts of creating energy are not further burdened, and that we're making our transition to clean energy in a way that's equitable and just. So I think that hopefully just viewing it through that lens would be helpful.
Thank you. We have about 5 minutes left for this topic. I'm happy to ask my question or have staff ask a question, but I would rather ask for comments. Does anybody in the audience have any comments that they'd like to provide at this time? And if so, you can raise your virtual hand using the raise hand function or press *9. Could we please promote Sasha Sidroff?
On her way.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can, and you may
Hi.
proceed.
Yes, I'm Sasha Scheideroff. I'm a senior clean energy and climate planner for the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, the regional planning agency for Greater Boston. I just wanted to put in a plug for also engaging with municipal staff, whether it be planners or sustainability staff or energy staff, as well as the regional planning agencies. There are 13 RPAs across Massachusetts, so we engage all of the communities across the state. And I think there would be a real appetite for local governments to help play a role in these conversations and both bringing local consumer concerns to the DPU and the siting process, and then also vice versa with education. And I think municipal staff sometimes feel sort of left out from these official processes because there's not necessarily a formal way for them to engage in it.
Thank you. At this time, are there any other comments from the audience? If so, please just raise your virtual hand at this time or press *9. Seeing none, let's end about 3 minutes early. Let's plan to come back at 2:40. And I will see you all then for topic 3. a reminder as folks trickle back to turn on their videos so that we can confirm that you are back.
Could I ask if the presenters for the third topic are available? If you could raise your hand so we know to move you up. Thank you. Perfect.
And I apologize. I want to make sure that Nicole is present.
I'm here, Seamus.
Perfect. Excellent.
Thank you. And if all other panelists could just turn on their video as you trickle back in so we can confirm that you are in fact back, that would be great.
Okay, we will start in a couple minutes. Okay, why don't we get started? Good afternoon. I'm Lori Ellen Wiseman. I'll be leading this afternoon's session on the most effective methods that distribution companies use currently to reach customers and how that effectiveness is measured. We're going to begin today with a presentation by the distribution companies, followed by presentations from the Boston Housing Authority and the Massachusetts Association for Community Action, or MASCAP. So let's begin with Seamus O'Brien and Nicole Jezikowski. I hope I got your name right. On behalf of the distribution companies.
Thank you very much, Lori. My name is Seamus O'Brien. I am the interim director of our Voice of the Customer and Customer Experience Strategy at Eversource. And my presenting partner is Nicole Jezikowski, Director of Brand, Marketing, and Communications at National Grid. I'd like to share that the utilities have been present throughout the morning and have been listening to the points raised and the issues presented, which raise interesting points and underscore that which we're about to discuss. Rather than reading through each of the items on the slide to allow for a robust discussion to follow in this third and final panel of the day, and given that much of what we speak to here is detailed in our previously filed joint comments, our presentation will focus on some of the key points to help drive the conversation that follows. I'd like to start with the email channel. Email has become an effective channel for the utilities to communicate with their customers. Overall, the utilities focus on an email strategy that optimizes engagement and minimizes opt-outs or unsubscribes. Focusing on topics that our customers are most interested in learning about helps to drive engagement and in most cases drive customer satisfaction. A recent Eversource survey found that a high percentage of our customers are most interested in learning about energy efficiency programs, conservation programs, clean energy, and so on. And while only a small percentage are interested in learning about company updates or regulatory proceedings. With that said, balancing topics of interest and topics that promote transparency is important in a strategy. Another important note on email to consider is that utilities do not have access to 100% of our customer emails. The percentage varies across utilities in Massachusetts. If we were able to send to at least 50% of our customers with an open rate on a high end of 50%, only a small subset of our customers are consuming this information, maybe 25% at best. Nicole?
Thank you, Seamus. I can share a little bit about what happens on our social media channels related to engagement. So these channels really provide a unique opportunity to communicate. Whether you're looking at Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or LinkedIn, this following is really built over time, which is different than, say, something like a digital channel, such as email. We also don't require an email list or any sort of contact list to be able to communicate via this channel. And the difference here as well is that it's a mix of customers. You can get employees, customers, stakeholders, really, and any member of the public could be utilizing this channel. We typically also see that we have a smaller following than, say, our email channel. So similar to what Seamus was saying about 50% of email addresses for customers, we do see a smaller customer following on our social channels. Our strategy is really based around content that gets the most engagement on this channel, and that's typically stories that really humanize the brand. So anytime we're speaking about people and have those heartfelt stories, or even when we're sharing energy efficiency tips, those are the types of topics that our customers or any of our followers typically engage with more regularly. And what we see is that there's an expectation of that type of content, and there's a flow and a bit of a cadence and style to social media that's just very different than the rest of our channels. And if you start to sort of deviate from that flow and that cadence, and you get away from what is expected, you tend to lose followers. And then over time, it's really hard to gain them back. So I think that kind of highlights some of the important things that we're seeing on social media. And Seamus, over to you.
Thank you. So when we think of the web is an easy and cost-effective way for us to update our customers. However, we need to consider that the web is not a push communication, and other channels would need to be leveraged to draw customers to this information on the web. Additionally, we find as a utility that most of our web traffic is transactional. Most of our customers visiting our website are hitting the front page, logging in, and mostly going there to pay their bill. When we think of equity, one thing we may want to consider as a team here, according to some recent Pew research published in 2021, only approximately half of our low-income customers have access to a desktop computer or broadband. that's something that we may want to consider. The good news is a higher percentage of our low-income customers do have access to a mobile or smart device. And we do a lot of our focus when we test our messaging so that we can target our customers in both a web and mobile experience. Nicole?
You are muted.
Apologies. So our bill is that one consistent touch point where we can reach all of our customers. They receive it the same time each month, whether you're getting a paper bill or you're in paperless billing, you're receiving a digital bill. That is that one consistent touch point where we know we can reach all customers. That goes along with the bill inserts as well, and any sort of mailings that we have. Doesn't require the email address, just like we would with emails. What we do see is that it is also the most recalled channel across the utilities as well. So customers are letting us know that when we have messages through these, through the bill or through other, bill inserts, they are recalling that more than other channels that we utilize. I think the challenge here is that it's very expensive. The price of paper has gone up significantly over the last 2 years. We're seeing about a 40% increase in those costs. So we've been cutting back on bill inserts and paper delivery to really save costs, which ultimately go to the customers. We're also seeing there's a supply issue with paper as well. It's really hard to get certain types of paper, and the forecast for that is that it's likely not going to get better until after 2023. So although it is a highly effective channel for us to reach our customers, there's a cost and sustainability implication to that we have to consider and just be really cautious with what messages we're sending and how often. And then just to move on to some of our future considerations, I think very similar to some of the earlier presentations that we heard, a recommendation or just things to really think about is utilizing a cross-channel strategy. Each channel has its own unique nuances, both positive and negative, and we don't want to overwhelm our customers by utilizing just one channel. So we're thinking if we were to utilize a mix of channels, depending on the docket or the proceeding, we would be in better position to do so and be able to get the most engagement on that particular channel if we were to spread it out a little bit over time. And then also maybe there's different level engagements that we're looking for in different type of outreach based on the docket or the information. So that's something that we think we like to explore as well. And then the last thing is just really considering what does success look like? So success may be just general public awareness. Success may be participation. So I think we want to just be very clear on what success looks like for each of those times that we're reaching out to customers, so we're getting the most out of the communication that we're putting forth. And Seamus will cover the last two bullets on the slide.
Thank you, Nicole. So, we heard this theme quite a bit today through the conversations, and I think it's important to emphasize the fact that we talked about trust and leveraging state and local leaders and other partners, and we believe through this effort that we should be leveraging a collaboration across different partners, including our state and local leaders and our third-party advocates to draw in participation, the people that our customers trust the most. And we'd like to say thank you very much for our opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Seamus and Nicole. Next, we'll have a presentation from Joel Wool on behalf of the Boston Housing Authority.
Thank you, and hopefully you can see this slide. Good afternoon, Joel Wool from the BHA. We're a large property owner in Boston, administer Section 8 in Eastern Massachusetts, so we have folks living in a variety of municipalities and with a variety of, I think, utility bill relationships. Due to the awesome quality of some of the earlier comments and presentations, I think we can go through pretty quickly. And I'll just make a few points here. So customer-focused communications. And what I wanted to start off with was that there are definitely improvements over time. And a lot of this has to do with some of the work of environmental justice and municipal groups in really trying to engage communities around the energy system, but also work with the distribution companies and with regards to the efficiency programs, the program administrators, in trying to reach deeper, work more multilingually, and work with regulators, including the agencies represented today, in ensuring that public proceedings and public information is interpreted, translated, and that there's opportunities for understanding. That is, of course, a lot of what this process, the roundtable and docket are about. So as a public employee myself, I did want to thank the staff here today for participating and being thoughtful and understanding the topic of this particular topic 3 here, which is largely related to the utilities. I'm going to waver on the edge of that and some of the prior topics, but as noted, go pretty quickly. So as you saw, I think from the company's presentations, a number of the current methods that the utilities are using include things like flyers and bill inserts, some levels of direct outreach. I would say with regards to physical infrastructure project, that may include community meetings where those are more controversial. Emails in some circumstances, I would say, and the discussion was interesting. I'd say ours largely not focused on engagement in regulatory proceedings, but I'll include one example in a screenshot later that may have been referenced earlier today. And some amount of direct outreach to local officials and larger customers. I think that the efficiency programs being more of a collaborative exercise with lots of different parties, there's some more interesting examples where there's also municipal partnerships and funding opportunities that are more local and hyper local, as well as surveys. One of the things I'd like to call out that was, recently, for example, through the efficiency programs, a survey I think that's going on presently or recently, looking at folks who went through the program who were non-English speakers to call out their experience with the program. I think that's very important, both to continue to survey program participants and non-participants wherever possible, in understanding their experience in a multilingual and culturally diverse way. I grabbed a sample bill insert. I think that this kind of material may not have existed when the programs were first created, or certainly didn't actually. And so I think that is a really important step forward to continue wherever possible to have physical and digital material that's multilingual. Understanding there are, I think that some of the points balanced about the it's a ratepayer funded communication. Certainly we have to take into account printing costs, but also that with digital divide and other points, you may want physical collateral for people to see and experience in their home and whatnot. So I want to pivot a little bit to some of the barriers that are related to this and building on the prior conversations. So a number of the issues that I think the Commonwealth continues to work through does relate to issues of trust, language, and competing priorities for customers, ratepayers' attention. And I think about this. We're a landlord. We send out bill inserts, which is very similar to a utility bill statement. We do often include public information, for example, about rental relief programs in a bill insert. So I think that that's an important resource, but there is, by nature, when someone is sending you a bill, you're an entity to which they owe money. That may be the most direct way of reaching someone and the most frequent and the one that they're expecting. And there is also going to be some level of reservation. If someone, in our case, if someone hasn't paid their rent, or for a utility company, if someone is behind on their bill, or they may not want to access the information that way. So it's maybe a very important and direct way of reaching people, but engagement through that vehicle is going to not work for everyone. And in fact, the party who's sending it, again, although the topic right now is thinking about how can utility company engage, how can they improve, I'd just like to offer that while we need to continue to have any regulated entity that whose role does require levels of public communication do that in an important, equitable way, active. There's also just certain cases in which the party communicating needs to be someone else in order to reach deeper among the impacted populations. And so with that regard, I mentioned a little bit of people dreading the bills, right? People may be sometimes appreciating, sometimes not wanting, though, to receive communications from their utility company or their landlord. I also think it's important to consider that in communicating, I think it's important for the regulators to look at what is a branding exercise, and I mean this without any sense of malice, right? It's just really with the forms of communication that are ratepayer funded, what is primarily a branding exercise and what is primarily something that is informative to the customer, to the ratepayer. And I think that that's where the DPU, can be the objective body to determine and to evaluate communications over time. But what I thought with regard to the earlier topics I wanted to briefly allude to is that there are some tools, some of which were mentioned, that would be helpful in providing an independent source of information. And that is necessary in part to overcome some of the barriers with communications that originate from a utility company or from anyone who's collecting revenue from a particular customer or ratepayer or renter, right, or whatnot. And I think you heard about many of those tools, but what I would like to just suggest gently is that there are other public institutions comparable in other states that do use these tools, and it would be valuable, I think, to look at what's been done there and what is or is not effective. And I think that there are good precedents and ability to study both. Going back for a moment, here's an example of a communication that did really go right to public hearings and the docket. And I'm interested by this one mainly because I haven't seen the comparable communications on other dockets, for example, rate cases. And to me, I think when I receive this and I think about it, I think it's important to have communication like this go out. And I would think it'd be valuable to have it go out in a somewhat balanced way with other proceedings going on, and maybe understanding that you don't want to have people tune out of lack of interest. It might be worth considering, are there other, could there be some sort of general stances or policies on sort of what kinds of proceedings get a quick explanation and opportunity for comment that would create more opportunities for engagement, and I think more energy, kind of education and literacy for the public. And then finally, this is a screenshot of just the CPUC's YouTube page, and I think that if you go to California, maybe Texas, I'll try to think about Michigan, I think, some other utility commissions, you really can see use of electronic video, other pieces. And I think it's worth looking at some simple tools that were used that give the agencies a bit of an independent voice and out there, and that people, I think there was a question posed earlier in terms of why aren't the supporters or the people who benefit sort of showing up? And I think that while there's a lot, there's a lot of that could be said about that. It's really helpful, I think, to put out neutral information that give people the ability to weigh in. So if we're thinking, for example, that more distribution or transmission is needed in the region, and the regulators are trying to figure out the best way to get there, I think it's valuable to have some of that out there more in the public discourse from the public agencies. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Joel. And finally, we will have a presentation from Lisa Clay on behalf of MassCap.
I'm just going to share my screen here.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa Clay, and I am the Director of Communications and Member Services for MASCAP, the Massachusetts Association for Community Action. We are the member association for the 23 community action agencies in Massachusetts. We do not directly serve clients. We support all the agencies that cover the entire state in training, best practices, advocacy, and just general support to help with programs and statewide efforts and branding. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, and my presentation might be a little bit different in that I'm going to share with you some examples of how we have been reaching people. We've already heard about all the distribution company outreach methods, and our agencies run the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, and work closely with the utilities on a lot of these things in serving the low income community. And there's always discussion about the best ways to reach people and how to get people to pay attention to all of the different things that go out. And we spend a lot of time on that. Don't have all the answers, unfortunately, but I think, that we've heard these themes already today. Language, simple and easy to understand and relatable is really important. I mean, as an example with LIHEAP, like people don't know what LIHEAP is. So our campaign, we use heating help. We're helping you heat your home. People understand that. Also, with the bills, that is challenging. Like we've talked about all sorts of different things. And I know that the companies have done different things, like insert a different color to make it stand out, put a big, bold notice on the envelope, et cetera. But we do know that like our clients, if they don't have the money, they sometimes don't even open the bill. They just throw it aside because it's too much. So our approach has been to try to reach people where they are already and trying to figure out where that is. And that has been changing. We started with some different things in our campaign that I'm going to share with you before COVID. And then, COVID's kind of changed things for us, and we pivoted a lot towards more digital and streaming channels because that's people weren't moving about. And then lastly, like considering like if you're going to do any sort of event, considering the time of day, like people are working and when do they have time to do this? People can't take time out, for example, right now necessarily. So that's always a consideration. I'm going to pivot and use our example, our heating help campaign, just to give you a few examples and some of the things that have come up about, social media. And one of the things that we have found really helpful is that, if we put something out as MASCAP and all of our agencies are reposting it, then how many more people you're reaching. And that's something for you to consider as well. If you have the support of local organizations that work with people and they can immediately post whatever you're posting, that how many more people you can reach that way. With our campaign last year, we have a landing page that we direct everybody to that is geared toward the consumer. So again, like the language, and we've seen a really big increase, over 112% over the previous year in traffic. Google ads and Facebook ads have been really effective for us, and you can target in Facebook, geo-target, target demographics, target geographies, so you can be really specific about that. And we've gotten a lot more attention in getting people to click through on that. This past year, we did some TV and digital streaming. So we know that people are streaming a lot, like maybe not watching as much network TV, but streaming whatever it is that they want to watch. So, and you can also geo-target there. We did some local community posters, and billboards was kind of our original thing when we felt like people were moving around a lot. And to have, participation around the state, again, that repetition by partners to get more word out. Here's just a couple of examples of images that we used on social media, keeping it really simple. Are you struggling with heating costs? We're here. And here's a Spanish version. So again, to all the comments about language is important. This is the ad. It's a 30-second ad that we used on TV. I'm wondering if I was going to play it for you. However, not quite sure if I'm optimized for video sharing. I'm going to try it, but it even if you can't hear it, you can find this on our website or on our YouTube channel. And you'll see that it's really simple. So in terms of like video to reach people, this video had the highest number of click-throughs, even compared to the ads on our social media channels. So I'm going to try to hit play. If you can't hear the volume very well, I think you'll still be able to see the whiteboard style.
Struggling to pay heating bills? Our Home Energy Assistance Program can help pay your fuel bills and reduce utility expenses. These savings are available to renters and homeowners alike, and many households are eligible, even if you've never received financial assistance before. No matter what heat source you use, we can help you keep warm, safe, and healthy all winter. Applying has never been easier. Learn more and see if you qualify. Heating help is here.
Okay. Moving on to some community posters, doing these at convenience stores and gas stations where people have a chance to absorb the information and where people frequent. So everybody, these are really, really local, and they have QR codes so people can right then and there, go, oh, where can I get to? And billboards, again, billboards are great, but you're moving. So you have to have something that you can remember and keep the message really simple. We've really been focusing on our landing page for that. And again, with billboards, you can also do geo-targeting. So, ads pop up on your mobile device, and then you can click from that. So that's another thing to consider. I wanted to show you this too, as we took some of what was working for Heating Help to our volunteer income tax assistance program, which, we're targeting a similar audience. And also, again, just trying to find people where they're at. We have we had a few short video clips, really short, and we know that people's attention span is quick. So this one, I don't know did you hear the last one when I played it?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So I'll play this one. We had a few different ones of these. This is really quick. Whoops, sorry. Okay. So again, I think, those are just some examples. Obviously, there's funding needed for those things. But I think, community partners is really important. Like their community action agencies reach a lot of people and are trusted local partners. And I know that we already do some of this, especially working with the distribution companies to get their message out. But I think overall, like in getting to people and explaining to them why something is important to engage in, partners can be really, really an advantage there. And that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. So thank you to all our presenters. I will now ask if department or siting board staff have any questions for the presenters. Please raise your hand. And I see Andreas.
You see correct. Hi, everyone. This is a general question, and it's a tough question if you think about it. When we talk about outreach, we talk about perhaps the utilities, whether gas or electric utilities, sharing a message, the department sponsoring some sort of a message, or the department sponsoring some sort of a message. So the question is, if you have, if it's a community organization or a town hall, you, especially if it's a community organization, you can compose your message any way you like to reach your audience. The department, because of our role, we have to be fairly boring, I would say. We cannot be exciting in our statement. We might add some loud guitar, but the content of the message has to be very carefully composed. And if you go on the utility side, they may run the risk of, if they over dramatize something, of being accused of exaggerating using ratepayer funds. So how do we get that's a tough question to answer. How do we get a message that will excite consumers to click the PDF or whatever other file it is, and the content will be such that it will keep them there? Because if you know, for all I care, Andreas' environmental friends can say, okay, the utility is destroying our planet, and I can say that, I can send it out to whoever I want. If a utility sends a message that says, well, Andreas' environmental funds is trying to take the gas or the electricity away from you, that would be wrong in most people's eyes. And the department can only say, well, you know, we have an issue about a case in front of us about how to better protect our environment, nothing more, nothing less. So how do we work with all that and reach the consumers or those interested without falling off on either side of the spectrum, if you will?
Do we have any presenters who'd like to address that?
I don't know if I can really answer that question. I think that's the $1 million question. But I do think that, you know, we have, that everybody in a process or has a role. So, you know, where partners can be helpful is in promoting that or explaining that in a simpler way. So maybe to me, it reminds me of a little bit where we started with LIHEAP and came to heating help, and it's nothing, you know, it's 2 words. So, you know, it's not magic, and, you know, we're always working to reach more people. But, you know, maybe that's where, if there's something that, you know, can boil something down to something really simple and concise that is not, you know, politically charged or any of that, you know, then it can be taken from there. And, you know, to be fair, we did engage with, you know, someone who was an expert on marketing to help us come to these things. So there's that as well. And I understood that you can't do that every time.
It is indeed a tough question to answer.
All right, thank you, Andreas.
Well, I can continue if you want me to.
Sure.
About the utilities, you mentioned the issue with emails and email accounts. I thought that utilities nowadays ask for email accounts. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, is like, don't you get percentage-wise for the Massachusetts area? How for the state of Massachusetts? I'm sorry. What percentage of customers provide you with with an email? And then do you use any software like Constant Contact to measure the click rate and or what else happens with the email? Thank you.
So I'm happy to go first in answering this. So when we're collecting emails from our customers, there's two ways that we mainly intake that information. So when a customer signs up for new service online, they are asked to provide an email address so that we can contact and communicate with them. However, when a customer calls into our call centers, we do ask for an email address, but a customer does not have to give us an email address. It's not required. This is also very dependent on the churn of our customers. Some of our customers have been with us for more than 10, 15, 20 years, and a good percentage of our customers. So there's quite a few emails. A lot of our customers don't interact with us unless there's a storm or when they're paying their bill or receiving their bill. So, those are some of the barriers to having 100% of our customers' emails. As far as measuring success or measuring open rates and so forth, we do here at Eversource, our main tool is a tool called Marketo. We use that tool as our email send platform, and we follow closely deliverability. Whether we're being blocked by domains or not, we're making sure that we're testing emails before they even go out, that they're validated and safe to send to. After a period of time, emails can go bad. People switch emails often, and they may not report that to us or change them on their account. So we have to make sure that emails are continually safe to send to. We measure open rates so that we can measure effectiveness of the subject line, but then we also measure click-through rates to make sure that the information that we put in the email is relevant and inspiring our customers to click through to get more information. We also lastly measure opt-out rates so that, if a particular topic or subject is of not interest and our customers are opting out, we need to be careful and when we're approaching that type of topic in the future. If there's one more thing I can add, here at Eversource, we do have an online community of customers that we test our messaging with. So before we even send anything out to our customers, as far as a message, whether it's through, whether it's putting something on our web or whether it's sending an email, even some social media, we do test messaging and language with our customers to make sure that it's relevant, make sure it's resonating, and make sure that it's easy to consume. And the message that we intend to deliver is what's being delivered.
If the company receives a bounce back email, does the company take any efforts to find a new email for that customer? And if so, what actions do they take?
I can speak for Eversource. Currently at this time, when we send mass email campaigns, a undelivered email could come back or emails could be marked as undelivered. In our tool, that will put those emails or put them in a certain category. So when we do future campaigns, we're not sending emails to that email address. So that's flagged. As far as being able to follow up, we're talking about sometimes hundreds of emails at a time, and having the resources or having the ability to go back is, that would take a lot of manual work to do right at the moment. Our systems are not set up to do that.
You probably already touched on my next question, but how difficult would it be to touch base with the customers who've been with the company 10, 15, 20 years? You said there's no email address on file. Is there any attempt to reach them to obtain an email address? And if so, what do those efforts entail?
So we have recently been exploring different ways of obtaining emails. We want to be careful in doing that because when you send an email to a customer, you need to have consent. And so we need to be careful in obtaining emails through third-party vendors or sources, such as two that I can think of that are big are Experian, and there's other vendors out there. And you really need to have a customer's consent before you can just send them an email. So that gets a little tricky. You have to have a process for that and a strategy for that. Just as a side, also, some of your platforms, some of the major platforms that companies use to send emails have in their terms and in their agreement policies that you're normally not allowed to send emails to appended emails from a third-party source because of that consent issue. So that's another thing to consider.
Has the company considered a bill insert or something to that effect, requesting email addresses for folks?
We do a lot of promoting both our digital channels, whether it's our app or our e-bill or other products and services that would lead to collecting emails. We do that through the bills, and we also recently have started using on-envelope messaging or messaging on the envelope. So even if the customer doesn't open the bill, they're still seeing the messaging.
So you said something about the buying emails or looking for emails. We don't have GDPR here in the United States. What kind of rules are you referring to?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
We don't have GDPR here. That's a European thing. The rules about sending emails without the customer's consent. So what rule or law prohibits you from finding a customer's email and shooting it over? Because you said you cannot do it. That's why I'm asking.
Right. It's I'm going to need more information on that, but for us, a policy has been in best practices. We don't send emails to a customer who hasn't consented to emails. And one of the reasons for that is because of the fact that if a customer reports us and we have too many complaints or reports against us, we could be blacklisted by the domains.
Yes. True. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Seamus. Any other staff questions?
Yes. So I really appreciate these presentations. They're really thought-provoking. And I'll just say, I think probably reflecting a lot of staff at the DPU and the siting board that we certainly would like to do more in terms of our expertise on communications and use of technology. And we're pretty happy that we got a Zoom webinar working more or less correctly today. So that's kind of a high watermark for us, but we know that obviously there's a lot more that can and should be done. Joel, in your presentation, you showed some images of some YouTube videos that were developed by the California Public Utility Commission. Again, something we'd love to do, social media presence, having more, polished, technically sophisticated communications. It just brings to mind the question of how we get there. The folks on this webinar today wear a lot of different hats. We're economists, we're environmental analysts, we're lawyers. We do a number of different things, including, sort of part-time communication specialists to perform our jobs, but we don't have the dedicated expertise of a communications and marketing group that maybe some of the organizations speaking today do have. So, I think my question to folks who've been there and done this is, what advice do you have in terms of practical steps to get from where the DPU and the siting board are today to an advanced state of communications?
I'm happy to start if that's all right. And thank you for the question. So I have a couple of thoughts on this topic. One of which is, from some of the other presenters, I think there's good pieces to learn from. But so in terms of some of the on the private sector side from the utilities, right? I think that they're as was evidenced, and I'm unsurprised, and I think that they have shown some discipline and expertise in this, is like the managing and metric side is something that public sector entities can also do, right? So that's one thing to think about is when communication channels are developed or as they're developed and refined. trying to emulate some of the same pieces. And I think you have a very active audience to exchange ideas with in terms of how to test messaging and how to do that. I certainly think that being in dialogue with some of the other PUCs that have done work on this would be helpful. But I also think that as a representing a public agency, I think planning for some level of staffing or marketing or public procurement for outside assistance on this would be a very logical step when no one, I think that it's quite understandable that you may want to bring in possibly the expertise of someone who has no energy background whatsoever to be able to relay messages, who has communications and marketing and public engagement skills, and then to be able to bridge some of those gaps. Not that they need to be totally not fluent in energy or climate change, but hopefully the point is taken. I think the other thing is that I think that you will find, I think that it is worth spending public dollars on, right, to reach more members of the public on issues that are fundamentally related to both economic equity and climate change, right? And I think that between the different EA agencies and partners and in dialogue with advocates and others, I think that there will be support for some level of investment in having public engagement that's meaningful. And I think that there's a trend towards, as someone referenced, I think FERC earlier, like there's a trend towards some increased commitment to public participation. I think that others will support you in pursuing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I'd like to remind attendees at this point, if you'd like to make a comment, to please raise your hand or press *9 and I will call on you. So I see Lynn Huckabee has her hand raised.
She'll be on the panel.
Okay, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn.
Took me a
Go
while
ahead.
to get promoted to panelist. So this is probably something that all of the presenters can speak to, but I think very specifically, I'd like to hear Lisa's answer. Some of the messaging that you were discussing, it's frankly the very specific and like known target of scams, the sort of like, we're going to help you with your pay your utility bill, and to a point where it's like talked about in the media. It's something that we as DOER try and talk about with people. Do you have any suggestions about how to address that kind of messaging so people know that you are the people who are actually providing this legitimate service versus that thing that everybody is getting scammed on?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That is a really good point, and it is something that we are talking about. And we're currently working on a project with our lead agencies on energy conservation, who serve like the low-income population of the Mass Save programs, for branding. And one of the big issues is, that there's a lot of people out there promising all kinds of things, and how do we convince people that this is real? And so, we're still working on that, but I think the biggest thing is that our agencies are local community trusted partners. So when we get people to see that there is an agency in your community that you know of that can help you, then that feels better. So it's really, we need to do a better job of getting people to that point. But I think the partner participation, having all our agencies participate in, getting these messages out, really, really makes the difference. That said, you're right. I mean, I even have some in my email right now about smart heating. So, it's something that we continue to work on as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else in the attendee list like to be called on to provide a comment or ask a question? Please raise your hand or press *9. Okay, in the meantime, are there any other staff who have questions? Scott.
Hello again. I just have a quick question. It's aimed at the companies, but Ms. Clay, you had touched on this idea as well. On the last slide, you suggest consider a cross-channel strategy that does not overwhelm customers in any one channel. And to me, that is sort of the million-dollar question. How do you do that without over communicating to the point where customers don't want to engage any longer, while also getting important information across? And I'm just wondering if you could just expand on your ideas, and or Ms. Clay, if you'd like to expand on what you've had success with versus maybe less engagement with, that would be hugely helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a challenge. I mean, we all experience that. You're driving and you're got Waze on and Dunkin' Donuts pops up like 17 times and you just like, I know, go away. So I think that is definitely a challenge, but we also know from marketing evaluation that people have to hear things repetitively in order to actually get like, oh yeah, I wanted to do that. I want to look into that. So, I mean, I think, it's not perfect, but distributing over things that kind of work together has been good for us. Like we had some, advertising on TV and streaming, and then we support that with similar images on Facebook. And then people are, we would get messages like, I saw your ad, now I'm seeing this, can I, with a question and that sort of thing. So I think, figuring out where people are, but also like what things kind of work together, and having consistency of your messaging, of course. And it's obviously not a perfect answer, and it's a little bit of trial and error, but we know that like just mailing things over and over again doesn't work necessarily. Not that mail should be eliminated at all, but so trying to spread it out a little bit over what target audiences can you reach with what channels, and there's plenty of data about that available. I don't know if anybody else had anything to add to that.
The distribution companies like to respond?
Hi, Scott. It's Nicole Jizikowski. My film is working now. It wasn't working for a moment. I can just add to that to say that the omni-channel approach really is where you get the most engagement from customers. And it's really, I think, building on what Lisa had said, is just meeting customers where they are. So if you go heavy on social or heavy on, your digital channels, you're going to miss some of your key target audiences. So really spreading it out not only keeps from overwhelming the channel, but it's ensuring that you're meeting those customers that you're trying to target. So it's really a strategic play that helps not just with messaging that we're considering today, but really with any of our utility messaging, and really any brand out there.
Are there certain types of cases, and this relates back to topic 2, so I apologize for the overlap, that you think are best fit certain channels over others? For example, would a general rate case be more appropriate for email, whereas a grid modernization case may be best the outreach for social media or something to that effect? Do certain cases make more sense in certain channels in the company's view?
Absolutely. I think, each channel has a very sort of unique content strategy. So social, which I spoke to earlier, where you get most engagement around more of that lighthearted sort of stuff. So if there's something maybe that's, you know, innovative or something that could appeal to a wider audience, you may want to go that route. But if you're going to get specific in the details and you really want to target something that's a little bit more complicated, you're not going to be able to get that message across in such a kind of short social post. So something with email where you have more opportunity to explain a little bit more would be a better channel to get across. And the same thing with radio, for instance, right? Customers only have a short period of time. They're in the car, they're in the store to kind of hear what you're saying, and they only grab onto sound bites. So it needs to be kind of very high level. So absolutely believe that there's certain messages and certain proceedings or dockets that would make more sense on different channels.
May I ask a very specific question, and it might go to the distribution companies? So for the siting board, and I believe the department also, there are certain proceedings which we must by statute provide newspaper notice. Now we're running into a situation where many of the local newspapers do not exist anymore, or they've gone to an online format that don't accept legal notices. I'm wondering if anyone's had any success in dealing with the newspaper notice problem and finding alternate ways to publish that is equivalent to a newspaper publication.
Joan, I don't have the answer. But I did take a note because I do think that's something that we should be looking at and thinking about more.
I have a question, probably for anyone really on the panel. But, you know, a few decades ago, I think this sort of shorthand expression for an annoying, unwanted sales call was the aluminum siding, you know, marketing person in the era of the Tin Man, if you've ever seen that movie. And now I think, frankly, it's the electric utility industry that's become the new version of the Tin Man. Not the utility so much, but you know, the sort of incessant telemarketers who call you about, is your electric bill too high? And then, you know, it could be a solicitation for almost anything, rarely something that you're actually interested in. I hope I haven't offended anybody. But I do think that that's kind of a lot of static right now in the environment of energy communications, that, you know, people are literally hanging up on these telemarketers on a daily basis now. And all people hear is electricity, and you've lost their attention because they fear that it's going to be an unwanted sales call. So, you know, to me, that is a very significant challenge right now in trying to message useful things about energy or energy regulation to a very skeptical and wary public.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else? Any hands raised, staff or attendees?
Lori, can I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Since we have a little time, I wanted to maybe get the panelists to sort of put yourselves in our shoes a little bit and think about, because I appreciate all the comments and presentations about how you've been using social media and stuff like that. But a lot of times what we have to do is to get engagement for people to want to comment on things that will affect them directly. Like, it's not necessarily we're trying to get them to like save this amount of money with this program. Sort of, I understand that we have different end goals. So if you could indulge us and sort of think, if you are in our shoes and wanting to get a particular region of people to be interested in a pipeline or a transmission line going into their neighborhood, how would you go about doing that? In our cases, we've heard from the community outreach folk about how they've tried to like drum up interest, but a lot of times when people come into the hearings, even late in the game, they say, this is the first time I'm hearing about a project. Could you think about how, and this sort of goes to Andy's point, like how are we going to get from where we are to having people know and wanting to participate in our proceedings?
Yeah, Wayne, one of the thoughts that comes to mind for me is, you know, we talked about partnerships and using cross channels. And I think from your perspective, it's not only using the channels the utilities have and leaning on the utilities to send that message, but it's also utilizing civic associations, open houses, pop-up sessions here to help educate our local communities or a certain area or region. One thing I'll share with you, just an anecdote, is, you know, we really focus on trying to reach our business community, our business customers on certain topics that are going to help them. And, you know, this is a hard area, a hard group to reach sometimes in our traditional channels, because, you know, within a company, a lot of times the contacts we have are for people who are in billing or and so forth, and not the decision makers. But we work with the chambers across the state to use their communication channels, their websites, their newsletters, their forums. And I think, like we said before, it's leveraging those partnerships and avenues that exist already.
Thank you, Seamus. I think Lisa also said that, like, about leveraging partnerships. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Seamus. Anyone else?
I was just going to briefly say to that with regard to that question, I think that there is, as noted earlier, there's certainly the ability to sort of monitor and evaluate communications that you are sending out, but there's also somewhat of a different public project in building, I think, general literacy on some of the issues. So the screenshot that I had shared earlier was one, specifically it was about what's a rate case, right? So I think that people need to see a couple of things to engage, right? What is this? Why does it matter? And will there be an impact if I participate? And I think that there's different work that needs to go into explaining several of those pieces, but I would say breaking down some of these topics and going back to sort of the plain English summary, right? This is a rate case. You may care if you care about utility bills or the investments that the state's making in improving our energy system and addressing climate change, or you know, there may be other factors. I think it'd be useful also from time to time for the public agencies, the board and commission, department, to indicate how they have utilized and taken into account public opinion, which of course comes out in a very long order, right, for the people who are participants. But I think at a higher level and more general public consumption, it might, you know, what does people's input translate into? And I mean that quite literally. Like, I think people would be interested in knowing, and may weigh that in deciding whether or not to participate.
Thank you, Joel. We have a hand raised, Erin Engstrom, who's in the attendee pool. If we could have her move to the panel.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to what Mr. O'Brien had stated, as well as what Mr. Wool had stated, that, you know, from the utilities perspective, especially around siting projects, you know, we have found and we've tried different avenues, including, as Mr. O'Brien stated, the open houses and the pop-up sessions to specifically talk about the different types of subjects that we, you know, are planning to do, whether it's a transmission line, a substation, or any type of project in the community, to make sure the community is aware, including translation services and having a translator available. I think one of the things to keep in mind is what is the role of the utility in getting out the message versus the role of the agencies involved in these processes as well. And I think one of the key words that we've heard today is a lot about trust. And I think, you know, the more that we can, to Mr. Wool's point, you know, with certain subjects, whether it is a citing case or a rate case, and going into a rate case 101 of drilling down into just the basics for our customers, sometimes coming from a state agency, you know, maybe more beneficial than coming from the actual person that's proposing, say, the project. And so I did just want to highlight, you know, that component, as well as the fact that, you know, for each of our projects, I think that we learn more and more. And I think one of the things, and we've alluded to it earlier, but it's really working with these community groups and agencies, as well as a lot of the stakeholders we've heard from today, ahead of time, to figure out how do we get this message out. And I think it's getting and doing that prior to the projects, whether it's a siting board project or even say a rate case. It's meeting with those groups and some of the stakeholders we heard with today prior to those filings to figure out what the best way is to get the message out. Because I think the more united we are, the more that our customers will trust the message that we're delivering.
Thank you, Erin. Anyone else?
Yes, I have a question. So we've talked a lot about, you know, technologies and media channels. I have a sort of more basic question, which is a lot of organizations, when they communicate difficult concepts or complicated things, use a question and answer type style of communication, because most people have questions and they want to get answers to the questions. That's sort of a basic human nature. We don't communicate like that. We do not start our cases with Q&As, at least not in writing. And I'm wondering if we're missing the boat, perhaps, and whether any of your organizations have found that kind of style of communication to just be more effective in kind of getting people's attention, making them think that, yeah, they understand what I'm concerned about, and that is exactly the information I'm looking for.
I can help answer that. To say that that is a style that we do utilize at National Grid. A lot of times what we tend to do is try to anticipate those questions that they're going to have to sort of break it down. Sometimes we may not pose it as a Q&A, but we'll answer those questions in the copy or the content as that is kind of flowing out. But I think it is a little bit more direct if you kind of just put the question out there and then answer it specifically. It does help, and it does have value.
And if I can add to that, we shared earlier that we test a lot of our messaging with our online community at Eversource. So when we do that, we're able to pull together a lot of the questions our customers are going to have when we shape our messaging. We'll address some of those key points that our customers are either bringing up in that testing or through our surveys that we have that are going out to our customers, where customers are giving us feedback or sharing concerns about a specific topic.
Thank you. Well, we're getting close to 4 o'clock. I'll make a last call for comments or questions.
I think I'd like to just add one comment, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I think I'm not sure if we touched on it yet, but I think the simplicity overall, we talked about the simplicity of the message, which is really challenging with what we're trying to communicate. Typically at National Grid, and I would assume probably across the other utilities as well, we try to write in an 8th grade reading level to make sure that we're appealing to all of our customer base. So it's challenging to kind of interpret some of the legalese down to an 8th grade reading level, which is the most easiest or the easiest to understand. So anything I think that we can do, I don't have the answer per se, but I think anything we can do to really think about that, and as we try to break down that complex information, will help at least have the information understood, more widely.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, last call for hands. or *9. All right. Well, thank you all so much. For those of you who made comments, those of you who had questions, those of you who made your presentations. I'm now going to close this topic session. It's been very helpful, very informative, and we're going to move on to our final session of the roundtable. I will begin by briefly summarizing some of the key points that we covered, starting with our earlier topics. The first topic regarding enhanced communications and engagement. Some of the key points we went over were using plain language and notices, allowing for more community engagement and consideration of comments as part of the dockets, providing ongoing stakeholder education, and offering more process beyond today's roundtable. And we will get to that in a minute. Regarding, and of course, we went over a lot of other items. I'm just sort of hitting the highlights here. Regarding the second topic, outreach prioritization, some of the key points that we covered were prioritizing certain types of cases. Specifically, the suggestions were made regarding rate making cases, supply planning cases, and siting matters, making sure that there was geographic considerations taken, and improving the department website and helping people to understand how to use the website and how to navigate it. And then for this final topic, the distribution companies presented the advantages and disadvantages of some of their outreach methods. These were the email channel, which seems to be a strong focus for them. There were social media strategies they discussed, as well as the use of web and bill inserts and mailings. We also discussed customer-focused communications, trust issues that can arise, partnerships across different entities, and also Lisa Clay from MassCap. Thank you for those very entertaining examples of the videos. And we also talked about the an omni approach to customers, a use of various medias to reach customers wherever they are. So those were the key points we covered today. And we still have plenty of time if anyone would like to raise their hand and make further comment on anything we discussed today from any of the topics. That'll give you a chance to raise your hand or press *9. We have Francis O'Brien in the attendee pool. Francis, hold on and you will be moved up to the panel.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. People hear me okay?
Yes.
Great,
Please
thanks.
go.
Yeah, I know it's late, but this has been incredibly interesting and important, and thanks to all the panelists and also for the staff for sure. Just wanted to make a few very brief sort of wraparound comments in terms of next steps. It would be really helpful perhaps to have a procedural schedule issued so all interested parties can know sort of what the calendar is going forward. A proposed schedule and giving people a chance to say, yeah, I think that time works, or no, we might need more time or not. It would also be helpful to have a transcript posted to the file room. Those transcripts have been really useful to sort of collect thoughts, because I think certainly on behalf of Boston Residents Group, we'll be submitting written comments as well. I do want to make one brief point in terms of the panelists. In the original invitation to comment, Ms. Westbrook suggested, among other things, that there be some provision made for technical assistance to participants, particularly community members. An analogous thing that's done, for example, is local conservation commissions do peer review. It's not precisely the same, but it's a way of sort of having some third party, more independent, perhaps third party. And for the rest, we'll reserve and provide written comments. But thanks again to everyone for this really important and informative proceeding.
Thank you, Francis. Do I have anyone else? Okay. In response, Francis, to your question regarding transcript, we do not have a live transcript being made of this presentation today. We do, however, have a YouTube channel. It is being live streamed there and will be remaining available on YouTube for some period of time. And you also asked about procedural schedule. I'll get to that in a minute. Just want to see if anyone else would like to speak. All right, well, it looks like we're going to be wrapping up rather early today.
Well, I
Oh,
could,
Andy?
maybe one other thought that I'd like to add in my sort of look back for over the day, which I think is, I think, if I remember correctly, John Walkie from Green Roots may have touched on the topic of procedural enhancements versus outcomes. I think, a large focus of today's discussion has been on improvements in our process and communication, whether it's the DPU, the siting board, distribution companies, community groups. But assuming we're in a better place someday with better communications and better knowledge of what's going on within, our respective domains, I think it does still bring up the question of, does that in and of itself lead to better outcomes, or is that still an open question in terms of whether there's a different endpoint and whether, what decisions are made, how they're made, and the effects that people experience in their daily lives. So I think those are two separate questions, and I don't necessarily presume that a better process inevitably leads to better outcomes, but maybe I'm just skeptical. But I do want to raise that as a question for anyone else to jump on and respond to.
Do we have anyone who wants to comment? Any raised hands? Okay, thank you, Andy.
May I make a separate comment myself that's not related to Andy's comment? Just as we go forward into the process, we heard a lot of really good ideas. Some of them would be easier to implement, some of them would take a lot more time, and some of them would take some significant resources. As you know, I think the siting board has tried to implement some of the low-hanging fruit immediately, not waiting for this process to complete where we heard good ideas. We started implementing them a year ago when we started hearing the ideas. But to the extent that commenters can help us prioritize what order we can implement some of these suggestions, I think that would be really helpful, knowing that no state agency has staff to implement everything immediately. So to the extent that suggestions, recommendations to the board and to the DPU can include some kind of prioritization for us to consider, would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Okay. So I see no hands, so I'm going to move to wrapping up today's roundtable. I want to thank everyone who attended. Thank you for your comments. If you didn't get a chance to comment, we will be issuing a request for written comments. They will be due in about 3 weeks on September 16th, 2022. And I just remind you, your comments are very important to us, and they do help both the department and the siting board to enhance the public participation in our proceedings, which is what we're all striving for. So again, on behalf of the department and the siting board, I want to thank everyone for attending, particularly those of you who provided comment and those of you who made presentations on our 3 topics. And just thank you all for attending again. And with that, we are concluded.
And can we also thank our interpreters for their work today too?
Thank you, and thank our interpreters and our monitors.
Thank you, everyone.